It's the Nephilim Portal Baby playset. Comes with a fallen angel, Nephilim baby, and portal to another dimension. One of the Paranoid American playsets. Collect them all at paranoidamerican.com.
Disclaimer: these are custom art creations and not toys meant for wimpy little new world order babies. Don't eat the art. Don't sue the artist. For more details, visit paranoidamerican.com.
Big energy. Ain't nobody wanna step to me. If you wanna bring that drama, I'll whoop that ass like Michael Obama. Yeah, I got that big D energy. Ain't nobody wanna step to me. And if you really wanna bring that drama, I'll whoop that ass like Michael Obama.
No, Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
Transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh. It's okay.
I whip that thing out like Michael Obama.
We already had it with
I got that
Obama.
big
So
energy.
let's just calm down.
Nobody wanna step to me. And if you really wanna bring that drama, I'll whip that ass like Michael Obama. I'm a girl, 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 I'm a whip them thing out like Michael Obama. I got that big energy. Ain't nobody wanna step like me. And if you really wanna bring that drama, I'll whip that ass like Michael Obama. Ain't got that clit, bitch. Hung like a llama. I'll whip that dick out like Michael Obama.
Save us, Britney Spears! Can we be saved? God, why is Satan controlling the universe?
What we used to think we knew is constantly exploding. Our possibilities come true, so what we do is call out to the good guys. Good guys, good guys, good guys. Witches, widows, mega mistakes, entertaining, calming linguists. Good guys. Forum of decorum needs a secretive society to advance on philosophies intentionally, magically. Good guys, good guys, good guys, good guys. Witches, weirdos, mischief making. It's okay to change your thinking. Good guys. Good guys, good guys.
Bless up for tuning in to Project Cheney. Magic happened when you questioned everything. Conspirituality became reality. Weirdness was welcomed. And it's okay that you changed your mind. Big up yourself.
Big up yourselves and welcome to another episode of the Secret Society of Good Guys. As always, we are good guys and we are happy to officially invite Sommer to the show. Big up yourself.
What's
Miss Jamaican.
up? What's up, Sommer?
What's going on over there?
Well, in this exact moment, is the second that Bob and the kids will all come through the door. So it might be chaos and dangles and barking and, island living. But yeah, I'm here. I'm just excited to be on here with you guys. I mean, what a privilege. Yeah.
Well, we love that you're on. I love that you're on tonight with us. We're gonna have so much fun tonight. It's gonna be a fun ass show.
Yeah, welcome aboard.
SSGG audience, thank you for joining us as always. Abby is here. She might need to get some calories. You know how we do. But she is definitely around and she will be in. So all of you that are worried, no fret. We will not be going up beanstalks without our muscle tonight.
Can I just say that song fucking hits, man? I'm a girl, I'm a girl, I'm a girl, I'm a girl.
I kept saying
Fucking
that.
hits. I
You know
love
what's
it.
crazy?
I'm a girl. I'm a
Is
girl.
that there was not any point that those lyrics were added to the song. All it said was interlude, so there was a small little breakdown, and the AI entirely on its own decided to say "I'm a girl" over and over. That was
What?
nowhere in
That's
any
great.
of the lyrics. I swear,
That's the best
Ironic.
part.
Ironic.
it's crazy.
Because I can hear another layer of vocals going, I'm a girl, I'm a girl, I'm a girl, I'm a girl.
The AI
Now,
knows
like the
something.
girls' background vocals.
Isn't
When
it
we
funny? Like
record
it's
it.
Tretch. I'm a girl. I'm a girl. I'm a girl. I like that it's not a girl saying it at all.
So
I'm a
great.
girl, I'm a girl.
I'm like in my chair. I'm like, oh shit, I could fucking jam to this every day, bro. Blast it in your car. And everyone's like, what is this song
It's so
called?
silly.
Michael Obama. What?
I-
Isn't it Michelle? Nah, it's Michael, bro.
This is how we take over and transmute her spell. Like when she's gonna run for office, this will become a viral hit. And everyone will
wow.
be like Michael Obama, I'm a girl, I'm a girl, I'm a girl. And
Okay,
people will
well-
have signs that say hung like a llama.
Guys, did you not see the irony in it though? The day you guys released that is the day that they came out on New York Post that she probably won't be running. It's like we had already tarnished her whole image, right?
Nice. Killed it.
And I did find a new one that we need to add
Awesome.
to it of Levon Michael in a Sears catalog. Have you ever seen that one?
No.
Oh my goodness. Yeah,
Really?
we're gonna put that on the timeline. A new one. And the AI, this is my favorite part because now you have AI bots that can detect what is real or what is fake. So then you can see. So people put it there with the side by side of the detector and it's not artificially generated. I mean, boom. I love when technology wins like that.
Ooh, so
the
you
other
could do
way.
that with NASA photos now, can't you?
Yeah.
Oh
Ah,
yeah.
you could debunk NASA now. I love it.
It actually has.
Woo.
Elon put up something of a rocket going off a few weeks back, and AI put a banner underneath it and noted, and then cited the other source where the picture actually came from.
You see,
Okay.
AI it's a good tool sometimes,
But
you know?
guys, do you know the timeline now where, okay, so remember we were talking about David Copperfield landing on the moon or whatever, and he didn't bring that in February. So I like hanging tight for this whole moon disappearing. And then I feel like they were wanting attention at the moon. So that's when they did that other moon landing, right? But no one remembers, like a couple months before that, they had the Indian moon landing. But the day before the Indian moon landing, there was a rocket named Luna that crashed into the moon. Now, I don't know how AI renders, but I was writing a story under my Luna, the Magical Creator account about the moon, and then it played out the same way. Now, that timeline has disappeared. You Google it, it's not there. But that's why I do my meme magic of it, capture it, and then I send it to Elon directly or send it to Hillary directly. That's how I don't have time to look. If I need to see what me and Hillary have going on, I just go to our inbox. I also have grouped all of them together. You should see this group chat that I have, okay? So I have Trump, I have Biden, I have Hillary, Kamala, some of the royals, New York Post, and I just have them in a group now, all together simultaneously. Chaos. But
So
like I can
sometimes
show
you
you
send a
every
message
time
on like
Biden falls.
Instagram and
Yeah.
you'll send a message on Instagram to all of them, like a group message.
Yeah, it's a group now. Like instead of the coven, I just
I
forward
love
it
it.
to them, like the puppets. So they're all involved. It doesn't matter who's tagged. We're all there. We're all present. You know, it's I have to micromanage the meme magic now. You know, it used to start where I have 400 Telegram channels because I'm like, oh, where do I send that to? Because I can never remember a password. So I'm like, oh, if it's about Brittany, let me send it to my Brittany Telegram. It's my own little channels for everything. But now when you put them in groups together and make them work together, that's when the real chaos happens, guys.
What are the chances, like, of all those people, like one day, AOC, she's scrolling through her IG. She hits this message. It happens to be from Sommer, and now she's in a group chat with Obama and Trump and Hillary.
And New York Post and Breaking 911. So we brought in the media. We brought in the royals, right? I think I even have I think we put the Marines. Don't you and I always follow the Marines? So I always put there for the dog comes, right? And I group it. But you know what's funny? They do, I don't know, like when I had started doing that, you could send it and it'd be fine. But then all of a sudden they did a bug fix and a software update. I swear it was on my behalf. Where Instagram now, if you had never sent this person a message, you have to wait for them to approve your request. Right? But then from a professional account, which is my witch page, I can bypass that by billing them for an order. So now I bill them. I do a meme magic and I charge them. Okay, guys? Let me tell you what's going on in the back burner. Guys, I'm the most 60 person ever. I'm just gonna put that out here. This
Very
started.
60.
Yeah, it's so hard. You guys have to bring me back to earth. And I thought I'd be cute doing this on March 8th, which is the crazy 38, which is a number with a whole mood. And yeah, it's
Summer,
really
listen,
yeah.
everyone, some people won't get 6D, but they'll get the 5D or the 4D. But the 6D is pretty much literally making the connections on the multi-plane verse that we live in, the multi-timeline verse. So anything is possible. Me magic is fucking real.
I
The
mean,
way
we
that
probably
you do it
should.
in open channels, eventually that message will reach them one way or another.
Have
You
you
know, when
ever
you type meme
astral
magic.
traveled, Summer?
Pardon?
Have you astral traveled?
Oh, well, I don't use that word anymore. I'm now renaming and making up my own words to render the highest possible timeline because everything's a little confusing, right? So I mean, we used to call it rainbow body, right? Because now it's jumping. But now I mentholate and we fully Newport, right? So what is an astral travel, right? I bypass, yeah, I mentholate Newport, right?
Instead of
Cool.
teleporting or going light body, she goes full menthol and she might Newport.
Dude, the Matrix colors
And
are in
that's
here.
why, guys, I'm not on film. I do not want to jump into someone's background or vanish on TV or on screen. Has that been happening to you guys when you mentholate or Newport that you go rainbow body and your iPhone does not recognize your face? Like today, it's like you've exceeded the amount of tries. I was like, what? Where's your amount of tries?
I've never heard of rainbow body. That's actually a fascinating sort of phrase for what this is. Where does
Hue.
rainbow body come from?
Hue, man. The rainbow spectrum of a hue, man. The light spectrum.
Is that the
rainbow.
chakras?
No, the rainbow, the light spectrum, the color spectrum, light. It's all the colors.
There was a saying that when George Harrison left his body, he lit up the room. Like when he peeled away from his flesh, the energy sparked light in the room and he lit up the whole room. And so some people theorize, like if you're to leave your flesh or start feeling a peel away from your flesh, there'll almost be a combustion, like an energetic light will show. And then other people say we actually are emitting like a light all the time, you know, like scorpions do or duckbill platypus. Like we have a bioluminescent, but we just don't have the capability of seeing it anymore. And so if you were like really passionate about something, people that can see auras will say your aura changes color to a different color when you're getting real passionate about it. And other people will say like your body will start emitting more and more light, like your aura will get bigger and brighter. So that's what I've heard about light bodies, but I don't know if that's
But
what it
that
is.
auric field, it is. Okay. So rainbow body is what the Tibetan monks reach. It's that highest level of meditation where they reach that transcendence and all that's left is their fingernails and their hair. So to me, I don't know why anyone would spend 30 years sitting alone in a temple to be left like that. But what I now realize, and I don't have a term for this. So my full rainbow body mentalization. Sorry, I have a Nephilim Mr. Theodore Woofington. He's now awake and deciding to chew on my toes as I tell the story. But I
That's a
figured out,
puppy, by the way. Summer's dog just had puppies.
yeah,
I'll just
yeah.
fill everybody in so you don't think it's a random Jamaican man under the
Oh,
bed.
oh yeah, yeah. Oh, sorry, Theodore Woofington. Sorry, that's Teddy, guys. That's Teddy, the puppy, right? Teddy and Tori, Victoria and Theodore. But so if it gets a little noisy in the background, see, I've already forgotten. Oh yeah, to go full rainbow body, right, is when you can get your kundalini rising up and down. So that's when it goes purple. So it goes reverse into Ouroboros. Then you open your heart chakra, and then you microcosmic orbit, right? That spiral. And that's when you can fully teleport and turn into your own UFO. And I was telling people this in a spaces yesterday.
Like a
that, you know,
Merkaba?
Merkaba is a spacecraft. We all turn into this little Star of David thing, and that's your personal spaceship. And I was in a space last night on Twitter, and I'm telling you, space is real, because sometimes when I'm in there in spaces, I feel like I'm in the metaverse. But I was
Agreed.
speaking in there saying, guys, that's why they had to change it from UFOs to UAPs, right? Because they have been identified. But yesterday, after saying this, the Pentagon came out today saying there's no such thing as a UFO ever. Right? That was a new statement today. So that was just them validating that we go into Merkaba. That's all we have to do.
You know
is
what's
to go.
interesting, Sommer, that you mentioned the purple? Now when I dream, I like get out of my body and I turn the color purple, like a ghost, like purple indigo color.
Oh, okay. That's the true cyan. Now that
Huh.
color is the violet flame, that circle of protection. That is the one color that cannot be perceived by the natural eye. It can't be captured, it can't be anything. And I believe when you see all of those elites and even Oprah and the color purple, right? But like the election years and stuff when they were really pushing the purple, I think it was to achieve that polarity, that full rainbow, because of the spectrum. It has to come full circle. But that's how my awakening happened. And that's now the protective bubble that as I wake up, the first thing I do in the morning, like I consciously know that I wake up and I just put myself in like an egg. Like I stretch and I move my arms around me. And then as I open my eyes, I'm inside of this little purple egg.
Interesting.
I think that butterflies are supposed to be able to see that color. I think ultraviolet is exactly what we're talking about here, right? When you say like the ranges of purple that are beyond our vision.
Ultraviolet, right? Okay, I love that. Because why? Okay, we talk about infrared lights and stuff too. Because you have UV rays and they have the red versus the green. I don't know which one is back and forth, but like I feel like they've switched the spectrum because like people who used to fly planes and stuff, they used to see spirit and energies while they were traveling, right?
Well, didn't we talk about something like this about how we had different suns and we had a different color spectrum? That we had a red sun and everything seemed different colors to us at one point, and that the whole color spectrum wasn't here because we had a different sun, and everyone saw black and white at one point because we had a certain sun.
I've
Maybe
heard
Jay
that's
told us
interesting
about
'cause-
this. Did Jay tell us about
Oh,
it?
maybe it was Jay.
Yeah, it was Jay Dreamers.
Animals see in a huge range of light that we don't
Before
see
you
in.
go into all animals, Gordy,
Oh, sorry.
how do owls see first? And then you
Yeah,
can tell us about the rest.
Who?
Owls specifically.
Who?
Owls specifically.
Owls. So the owls see in different light because they have different. Their eyes are cones. They're not orbital. Like that's why they don't you don't see them like look around with their eyes. They're stuck in their skull, right? But because of that, it takes in, and their feathers, they take in all this light, right? But those cones can take in ultraviolet light and Abby, yay!
Yeah.
Brr, 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 brr.
Um,
Okay, wait,
excuse
we're
my
gonna start
tardiness.
over.
Okay.
Okay. Can you save us, Britney Spears? Can we be saved? Gordy, sing it live.
Wait, wait, we have to do this thing.
Constantly, constantly. Oh, I thought you were gonna sing it,
Good
Gordy. You gave us
guys.
nothing.
Well, what was I
You
singing?
literally
What was I
gave us
supposed to sing?
nothing.
The good guys.
The fucking Good Guys song.
Oh,
The one that
sorry,
you
Rob.
made.
You're responsible for.
Oh, the
Yeah,
world we
your
used to
song.
think we knew is gone, so we explore the world. Possibilities come true, so what we do is call out to the good guys.
Good
Yeah.
guys.
Good guys.
Good guys. Dude, that would be so rad in real life.
Witches, wizards, Miss Jamaica. That's what I say.
Yeah.
That's
my
right.
line, and
It's
I
exactly what it is.
That's what
Oh,
the
we
line
need a
is.
dub remix now.
Yep.
Yeah.
We need to redo
With
it.
all of us in it.
That'd be
I-
fun.
Maybe that's our Jamaican meetup.
Yeah.
We
That'd be
get to
great.
big up dubstep.
Speaking
we-
of that,
And
I have to get my
I
passport.
think if we did do it, I have a good feeling like Abby might be a crazy good daggering partner.
Mm.
Probably. I can dance.
If you guys haven't looked
Dude.
up Jamaican daggering, this is a sport that I want to get into.
Oh, I know what we're talking about now.
This is a
Nice.
great sport. I'd be
Can
good at
you
it
hit
too.
us watch some videos in Florida? So if we have a little bit of
With the right
Jamaican-
substance, I'll be really good at that sport.
Guys, daggering has actually improved.
Dinky!
It's not dinky. It's not
That's
dinky.
scandal.
Oh my god.
Nova, and you
Dipsy.
cannot ever name a dog
La
Nova.
la. Po.
If you name a dog Nova, it never thinks it's in trouble. So every time you tell it no, it's like, oh, let's go play.
So
Oh, we're
did
not
anything
gonna watch that sport.
Oh, you wanted me to pull up daggering?
Oh, yeah, I thought that's what we were gonna do.
Oh, okay, guys, sorry. Okay, daggering. Okay, in Jamaica, right?
I'll find
This is
some.
full-
So people don't know what daggering is, you know, we
Fair
give
I
them
will
enough.
find some daggering.
You know, we
Summer's
give
trying
them
to
a
tell
little.
us.
Okay,
Summer's
a
trying to tell us.
daggering is when it's full frontal, full contact sport, but it is it's reverse. It's a man jumping onto the woman, right? So you'll be at a party and you never know it's coming, you know. This is why I don't dance. I don't even wiggle. I show no signs of any involvement, right? Because if you jiggle and wiggle too much and they see you, you know, all you have to do is look up and you never know if it's a Jamaican's going to be standing on top of a speaker box, you know, and just jump like flying monkey down onto you, you know, and land and leap. I mean, they swing from fences. Now, daggering is actually really scary at a party we have called Juve, because we do a carnival thing. But we have a party called Juve, which is a paint party. And it starts at 1 a.m. till 7 a.m. And they just spray people with paint. And it's people covered in paint that usually looks like a massacre once the colors mix, daggering together. Right? It's what nightmares are made of. But it's quite interesting. But they've leveled it up a lot more. And yeah, they do movement daggering now. So they'll do it on top of like a motorbike. So they do stunt daggering. And the best one is the 6:30 dance, guys. We have so many different dances.
Oh yeah.
And we have a Tom Cruise dance with the
All
Ray
girls
Bans.
should learn the
Oh, yeah.
6:30.
But the
Let's get it.
6:30.
Can you
You
guys
dance
see
on
this?
the-
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Ready? Could you imagine that?
Oh,
And-
oh, shit. That's skill
Oh.
right there. That takes a lot of skill
That
right
is
there.
slick.
That's just nothing. This is actually a tame dagger so far.
Yeah, this is
I wanna do
this
this.
is like courting.
Yeah, but let's
Like
see.
leg
Let's
mating.
see.
It's
Let's
like
see.
courting.
Let's see. Yeah, this is just courting. He's about to ask her dad for her hand in marriage. Bah!
Hey.
This was a calm one. Usually the girl does
That's
it.
so calm. That's
That
'cause
was
they're
nothing. Let me
tourists.
find a better
That
one.
was
Uh,
like lawsuit material. They're like, okay, those are tourists.
You just went on the top of the car hood.
Those were
hilarious.
tourists.
Is this like a Jamaican cat call?
Um, I wish.
I mean, it's a whole movement. I mean, and they do it, and it's scripted. I mean, it's kind of like, what
It's
is
courting, right?
Yeah, I call it the Jamaican lek mating rituals. It's like the. Have you ever heard about the mating rituals of the hammerhead bat? Sorry, guys, I
The
know
bats,
we're
the birds.
no, but the hammerhead bat in
Mm-mm.
particular, and how they court, right?
Oh,
But
that's
that's how they
interesting.
are. And they all work in conjunction together. You know, it's like a teamwork thing. But imagine your bat being pulled out. But like I know at this one party they were giving away a free iPhone, right, for this contest. And I mean they were on top of not the skyscrapers, but all the like metal structure that they had on the concert. They went on from the speaker box and then swung from that and is jumping down onto people.
Oh, watch this part.
Do they
But-
fall through the roof?
No, she's gonna jump right on him. Oh, she's gonna beat his ass first.
God.
Is it part of the dance?
See,
or-
I would be the
Yeah,
person
it's
that
all
just
part of the
happens to be
dance. Like if
peeing.
you see,
He's not really
her-
getting hurt
Yeah,
either.
if you see her
Watch.
next to him, like if
Yeah,
you
at least
see,
he's on the roof. Usually they jump off the roof onto you on the ground.
and the whole thing is that the
Get over
woman
here.
is like, "No, I'm taking this," and he's like, "No, I can't take anymore." But see how she doesn't really hit him? She's like hitting next to him, but all the people down on the ground, it looks. She's like, "No, give me that dick," and then she takes it.
Ow! Ow!
And then
Ow!
people just stop in the streets
Oh,
and
ow.
film the dagger.
This
You know,
could
that
get me
would
back
be
into
me.
I love.
wrestling.
I would be using the bathroom while that is happening, thinking it's a dragon on the roof. How do you explain how you got crippled? Well, you know, people were daggering on the roof of the car.
Dagger.
Like, I am the most bad luck person. I mean, I've had to go past in a strip club. You know, I have had the temple of my skull connected with a stripper's stiletto heel before, you know, pass out straight into
So maybe the first meetup is going to be in Jerusalem, Massachusetts. That'll be the first second secret society of good guys meetup that we'll do. But then the next one after will be in Jamaica, and we'll get our dagger on.
I like that.
Because also there's pirate graves and
Yeah.
there's
wanna
a
see that.
white witch that they talk about in Jamaica.
Yes, that's Annie Palmer, right? The White Witch of Rose Hall. So, like, I mean calling myself a White Witch of Jamaica. I mean, people just think I'm an Obia woman to begin with crosses, and it doesn't help that I have vultures follow me around. But Jamaica has a lot of spiritual heritage. But you know what? I need you guys to come down here. What we're going to do, we're going to mine. They found rare earth element number 17. They found it in the silt of our bauxite soil. So I think it's more powerful than titanium. So, I mean, it made me think of you. It's like noodling without worrying about a beaver fucking biting your arm off.
Shit, I could do that. Let's do it.
Yeah.
So
I'm down.
mining.
I have to
What
get my
comes
passport.
from beavers?
Oh,
Vanilla.
Keith.
Great
Damn.
hats.
Guys, okay, on the future timeline, and this is what I do. Like
This
I
is.
like
I'll
have
just
to-
tell you guys. This
Okay,
is some
yeah,
of the
you tell,
stuff.
please.
Let me
Thank you.
just let me give a little elevator speech on Summer. So some of the stuff that might send her like on an insomniac tear for 4 days might be islands that nobody knows exists. What is the furthest point of land away from any other lands? So then she discovers Point Nemo. So then she has to go through this whole
That's
thing.
Point Nemo, which is actually the inaccessible, the oceanic pole of inaccessibility. I found Nemo, Point Nemo.
And so that whole thing, Finding
She found
Nemo,
Nemo.
there's a bigger thing with it than it just being the name of a fish in Disney. Another thing that might send her on a tear, when people talk about things like adrenochrome, she's like, wow, they talk about what a valuable liquid this is. Are there any other valuable liquids that they might kill for? Summer, what are some other valuable liquids?
Like ambergris, that
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yeah,
Like
all of
ambergris. Like
what's ambergris?
coveted?
Oh,
Guys, this is what I go through. Okay,
I'm hungry.
so when we have to re-put the value on stuff, if we had to like pack a ark to go to a new world, like what animals are we taking, what food are we taking, what will have the most value? So I often have to go through and reevaluate with the drug market. Well, All we really need is to find one block of floating ambergris. Now, ambergris is just floating, fermented, petrified sperm whale vomit. So a sperm whale will have this vomit in his body for about 20 to 30 years, and then he throws it up and it floats in the ocean. And people want that because that is the number one aphrodisiac in the world and perfume. Now, how do we get here? Who was the first person that found sperm whale vomit and returned back to dock? And what, everyone had a fucking orgy? How do you know this? How do you know that a beaver's anal gland secretion smells like artificial vanilla flavoring? Guys, this is not okay. The beavers are not okay. That's all.
I got a theory though that the ambergris, maybe like a bunch of sailors that have been out at sea for a really long time. There's no girls in sight for weeks, maybe months, and then they have like a wild party one night, and they all wake up the next morning, and they're kind of like, you know, it must have been that vomit floating out there like that. It was so powerful of an aphrodisiac.
Amber is
Oh,
the
no.
color of energy.
Hey,
Bomaras.
it gets
Amber
lonely.
is the
Gets
color of
lonely
her
on the ship.
energy.
It gets lonely out there.
That's
After
the
a while, you
manatee
know
thing,
what
though,
I'm
right?
saying.
Is that they
Guys,
were
like the
like,
Magic School Bus. There's that Magic School Bus episode, I think, where the teacher takes them to learn about whales and has them swimming around.
Yeah,
in
I remember that.
salmon sperm or some shit, right?
Seven sperm.
Guys, you want to
Yeah.
know the weirdest find I ever did as a kid? And I'm
yes.
Yes.
Okay, this is weird because it links whales and everything. So my family decided we would take a trip sailing in Beckway. Have you guys ever been to Beckway? No, I didn't know that island fucking existed, but here we are. Because we're going to go and see whales. So I spot the whales, and then I'm swimming. I don't know why my parents let me swim where a whale just was, but it totally happened that way.
Because
Of
you're
course, the
part
weed man, now that I'm
Jamaican.
telling this story, the weed man showed up. I think this story is too much.
Go do what you have to do and come right back.
Okay, yeah, I'm totally here. Just dangles. You hear? All right, I'll
Yep.
be right back.
Okay. A funny part of Jamaica that I realized in the dialect is the man is always the thing. So there's the bus man and the weed man, and those sound like, oh, okay, it's not a big deal, bus man, weed man. But there's also the knife man and the gun man. And so
Yeah.
sometimes Summer could just be like, hold on, I have to act crazy right now, like extra crazy, just because there might be a knife man walking down her street. Or like a bus could run into her car.
A
And so
gunman, a madman yielding a machete that has decided it's the end day. I mean, in Jamaica, you know, you have to like check in your bags when you go into any pharmacy, any shop, anything, right? And I mean, you'll have like gardeners like Clive. Oh, I need to post Clive. So if Clive ends up having to get a prescription or something like that, and he has to go to the pharmacy, like they have to come in and check their cutlass and machete, you know. Like that is what is checked at the front, you know. So you'll just have people walking down the road yielding machetes. And let me tell you, when COVID happened and the people have on masks, it's a whole different energy, you know. It's like your body. Okay, here.
all right, come back after. All right. So, here, wait. Let me mute this.
This is real stuff.
Okay. So, also, if you haven't been to Jamaica, it's an island, but the roads aren't like, it's not first world and it's not third world. There's parts of it that are like, it's like all these worlds together on an island, but then the roads are like on cliffs and super thin, and cars might go one way or the other. If you've ever been in a big city, like Seattle and Atlanta give me the most amount of anxiety when I think of driving in a place like over New York or LA. But Jamaica, it gives you this anxiety like watching people drive in India. Like it's a different
Yeah.
kind of like,
Yeah.
and so when Summer has to drive there, I'm like, whew, it seems like a next level. And like it's
A
like I have
mission.
to go out. Yeah, like I have to go out into Jamaica because I would get just a taxi guy to drive me when I go to Jamaica. But Summer's, you know, from
Isn't
there.
it the taxi man?
Taxi man. Yeah. The taxi man. But you can get a taxi man all day and they'll take you around and you just have a taxi man. Like that's the best way to go. But
Same thing
anyways.
from Mexico. Just saying.
When I went to Peru, and when I was in Peru, the taxis there are like they'll drive like 40 miles an hour around these little bends, and it's like cobblestone streets, and there's like people walking around and jumping out like in front of them the whole time. And I remember coming back to the States, and even in Florida, it just was like nobody actually cares about where they're going because in Peru and in Mexico and a lot of these countries, like it's like how fast can I get from point A to point B and get the next thing. And yeah, and here it's sort of like traffic. It was weird because so many cars would be on the road, but traffic didn't exist because everyone was like in a rush to get somewhere at some point. It was like a mentality, not like a way of driving.
Have any of you been on the Autobahn?
No.
I
What's
have.
that like?
Oh my God. It was my first time and I didn't even know. This was when we were going from Belgium to Germany or Germany to Belgium. Either way, we had to go on that route twice. So it was my first time and my uncle's driving and we're on the first lane. They have 3 lanes, first lane, middle lane, and the last lane. So we're on the lane, we get on the highway and we're in the middle lane, kind of going fast, and it's raining. All of a sudden, zoom, like, I'm just like, what the fuck was that? And they're like, oh, this is the Autobahn. This is normal. I was like, really? I mean, they were speeding like you don't even see them coming. You just hear them passing by and you barely see them. Going like maybe 130 miles an hour. Easy.
That's insane.
Yeah. And what's interesting about this highway, it's the least known car accidents to happen on this fucking highway. It blows my mind.
They say this highway is the reason Germany becomes a world superpower being a small little tiny thing. Like this thing moving so fast could like build and get supplies and everything from point A to point B so quickly it made them like efficient as fuck.
And everyone knew the rules of the road. So if you were really slow, you stayed on the right lane. If you wanted to go faster, you stayed on the middle lane. And you wanted to be a fucking Speedy Gonzalez, bro, speed racer, you go on the last lane.
Is it just Americans that are preventing us from having an Autobahn?
Yeah. It's a system.
I think it has to do with fuel too, though, because I know that like the 55 mile per hour speed limit is like the least fuel efficient. And for a while, like under some president, I don't remember which, but this happened like in the 80s, probably Reagan. They like capped out the speed limits and like the highest speed limit was like 55 miles per hour almost everywhere. And that was literally to make you have to pay for more fuel.
That's so fucked up.
That's what
Why
sending,
are
hey
they
guys,
worrying
I
about
can't drive 55 was about. For a while, I don't know if it's like that up there still, but in Montana, they didn't have speed limits. So like because there's so much empty space and the highways just made more fuel efficiency to have the truckers just go at a safe pace or whatever it was. But I remember driving on one of those freeways with 0 speed limits and trucks were flying by and it was a blizzard and it was fucking terrifying.
I bet.
Did you survive?
But well,
did you die?
I always do. Every time.
Do you have road rage? Are you guys road ragers?
I do.
No.
Fuck
dude,
yeah.
I've got the road rage cure.
I did.
FYI. I've got the ultimate road rage solution. It's an NLP technique that works
Americans,
every
road
time. So
rage
here's a free one, and
solution.
it's really quick. So next time you got road rage, right? Let's say you're on the road and literally everyone but you is driving like a complete idiot, right? And you have to think of a part of your family that you don't hate. So just imagine like a whole bunch of family members and friends, and you're all going from point A to point B. Like everyone's going to Walmart together in a big group. That's the first one, right? So everyone around me is actually like that guy that keeps hitting his brakes or like riding the brake and like, getting in front and getting over. That's grandpa. And like, oh, come on, grandpa. You know what I mean? And then if someone else is cutting someone off, that's like my favorite cousin. because like if you knew it was your friends and family, like they would
I
all get a
wouldn't give
pass.
2 shits.
Well, see,
Get
that's what
out
I'm
of my
saying. Is that
fucking way.
I'm looking at Leland. I'm like, she would just ram her mom in the car in front of her. Like, just
I'm
move.
thinking, why are you driving 35 miles on the 45 on the left lane? Get the fuck out of there,
But I'm
Grandpa.
just saying, if it's grandpa, it's just like, come
Nah,
on, grandpa.
Grandpa.
Someone should
Nah.
take your license away.
Yes. Don't
Guys,
drive.
Okay, new confession. I'm back.
Yeah.
I went to school in Boca. I lived in America for a while. So I had to like dual enroll because even though Jamaican school system is way more like advanced, but then I didn't have American history in 2 years foreign language. So I had to dual enroll and go to this high school in Boca. But like the people with all the snowbirds and stuff, like this is like the skater kids, the ones who played the hacky sack. That was my favorite part because
I used to be
it
one of
was
those.
just like movies that you had the cliques, like you had like the cheerleaders and the things, but then the hacky sack kids, those ones, that group. But those ones, the emos or whatever, but they used to wait outside where the old people would play bingo, and they would change around all of their little emblems that they had on their antennas that they mark their cars with. So they mix them around. You know how one has Jack in the Box clown, one has this. And when they all come out and they can't find their cars, that's so cruel. But in Boca, because these snowbirds, they will just drive through the front of any building, you know. Like all day at school, because we live by Century Village, you just hear the ambulance back and front, and every Target and Best Buy in Boca has giant metal bars in front of it so that the old people don't drive through the shop.
This is real life in
Real
Florida.
life, true story.
This is real life. Sometimes I just sit inside my job. I work in a strip mall. And I just sit inside my job and I watch cars pull up into the spots and I'm like, do it, do it, do it, do it. Like I will them. But I also just think it's funny, like the people that sit with their back to glass windows anywhere in Florida. I'm like, nah,
that's
that's
not
like
comfortable.
that's like swimming into the full moon in the
Okay,
like let's
so-
go skinny dipping. You and Jaws.
What
Yeah,
are
no.
those little things on the side, like the retention ponds that they have? Like, so it's not really intracoastal, but you know the little waters that they have, like down by like Palm Beach, Cheney, and Deerfield, and all of them. I just remember, and this is like adrenaline. What kicks in, fight or flight? But I was driving with my parents, and we're in traffic going somewhere, and the old lady in front of us, when the light turned green, she just floored it straight over the ramp and down into this nasty swamp water, you know, and it's sinking down there, you know. But because I'm the swimmer for Jamaica, come on, go get her now. Right now, motherfuckers. Why my parents sent me at 14 years old into that nasty fucking murky water with the snapping turtles? Now that I look back at it, and I did it, you know, and I went under there, and that was that instinct, and I got her out of the car, saved her life. I was so traumatized.
This is something
I don't think I've ever recovered from the ear infection.
I don't know if you guys do this in all your states, but Floridians, we all actually know what to do if our car goes into water because there's so many canals around. Like it's just a normal thing for Floridians.
Canal, that's the fucking word. Canal.
There's so many that it's just a normal thing for us. Like it's like you have to let the car fully submerge before the door will open. Don't battle the door. Just wait and take your last breath, and you have to wait till you get fully submerged and the door will open easy. But otherwise, you're battling the pressure and you're never going to be able to get that door open.
And then after that, you have to wait for the water moccasins to leave. Right? So after the water reaches a certain level, you have to make sure they're gone. You can usually throw stuff to see if they're out there still.
A lot of the times, Floridians will even have a glass breaker inside their car for this reason, to shatter
out. And they have
out.
a free Florida windshield law. Now, this is the best part of it here, that you get a free case of Omaha steaks or something, that if you fix your windshield for free. So in college, us poor kids, we'd all take turns, and on a Saturday night, they just smash somebody's, "You're getting the steaks this week, motherfucker." Right? And you're like, "Motherfucker, I've worked in a fucking hour. Right now, that's on you." Right? I lived with the guy who played Tigger at Disney World, and he was my roommate, and we called him Merv the Perv. He was really a quiet weirdo, and probably a little furry, right? And then, like, I think one day my underwear, because I lived with my brother, I always hung out with guys. So it was my brother, he's 1 year older than me, and his roommate, and then Merv the Perv, and all four of us lived in one house. So when my underwear went missing out of the laundry, dry out or whatever. I don't know. I probably lost. I don't know. Merv the
They
perv was
took
to
your
blame.
underwear.
Yes, Merv the perv.
Merv
Could
the
you imagine if
perv
he was
did.
sniffing my panties? And
Fucking weirdo,
you
Merv.
know how we dealt with him? That night when they came home, they waited, like all of these redneck friends of mine, they would just drink on the porch. They would drink their little PB Pabst Blue Ribbon, cans, and just throw them into the bed of a truck, so they'd have thousands of them. And then they wait for him to come home, and then they tackle him. And they had two big rolls of commercial saran wrap, and they just saran wrapped him to the front pillar of the house, and then everybody brought out the fire extinguishers and sprayed him and left him there. But those people who I lived with, and I don't know if y'all will remember this movie, but you know the movie Waiting? It's like a restaurant movie. I
Yep.
think it has Ryan
yeah.
Reynolds and
Yeah.
I've seen it.
It was our project. It's my friends who did the screenplay for it. They did it in a writing class at Full Sail and then produced it, my roommate. So that was based off of the shenanigans that we used to do. True story, bro.
Bruh. It's awesome. Or that's all O-Town stuff, right?
I was also a Full Sail grad.
That's what I was going
Crazy.
That's what I
You
was
were a
about to
Full
say.
Sail grad?
Yeah,
Where I worked at
2006.
the Vanies. So I worked at the Vanies right next to Trick Shots Pool place right there, right on Goldenrod and University.
I mean, yeah, we're talking that's my neighborhood. I'm at Cimarron and Curry Ford area, so that's
Dean
could
and
walk there.
Alafaya. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
neighbors. We're basically twins.
You
I
probably
wonder
got
if we-
weed from Sommer
we
at some
probably have
point.
seen each other in real life.
Oh, you know what, dude? I'm just gonna say, shout out to my friends Hope and Andy. I think Hope and Andy might have been like a 1 degree of separation from me and you, Summer.
Hang on, I know Hope and Andy.
I know you do.
How do you know I know Hope and Andy? Now, Andy lived with my ex-boyfriend, Dave Pagliaro, I think.
Yes. Oh my God, this
Now,
is the
Dave
most
Pagliaro
insane.
What the fuck is happening?
Okay, this is happening now.
Magic, because it's crazy
story.
38. This is
We're
why
gonna
Summer
go
picked this
full
day.
Homunculus with this now. Okay, are you ready? And this is for Dave and Andy. So there's this one midget show. What is that little? I'm sorry, dwarf.
Yeah, at
I'm
Full
sorry.
Sail they
There was
have
a-
they have a
There was a theme
wrestling
when you had
competition.
Bad Girls Club, but little people instead.
Yeah.
And this was the one. Her name was Tara, and she was the Britney Spears impersonator little person. And I'm gonna find this picture. And she had her boyfriend. Well, you could not tell me that boyfriend was not the little mini-me version of Dave Pagliaro. So I'm just putting there, big up Andy and Hope, black up yourself. I cannot believe this is happening right now.
So wild.
I just Newported.
Yeah, I was Andy's best man at their wedding. So we go deep. This is crazy.
Bro, do you know me and I don't know
Wow.
that you know me? I know one of these stories, you understand? Because I was a mood. I was the one that they would I was afraid of squirrels, for example. I don't trust one squirrel. Squirrels can never be trusted. We don't have critters like them in Jamaica. I'll never. So at that bar there, they knew I hated squirrels, So in the nighttime, because I was day shift, but then I'd work day shift and then have to serve all of them. So I'd end up closing down the bar. Anyway, they would all, as drunkards, take all the bar nuts and stuff and lure all the squirrels in the night inside of the bar and then lock them inside of the fucking bar. Nova and Mindy. And when I have to come in, you don't know if a squirrel is going to jump on your face. You don't know what is going to come after you. Like the anxiety. Oh, God, squirrels. I just can't be trusted still.
Do you just think they're rats with fluffy tails?
Bro, I actually found a baby squirrel, and it was during Hurricane. Oh, shush! It was during we had 3 hurricanes back to back up there at one time. So I don't remember which one it was, but apparently my job was on one county and I lived one road over in the other county. And then they had a state of emergency in one county over. And the police just waited. They waited in that Full Sail parking lot for anyone driving that way to pull them over. Right? So they've been waiting to target me because they want to catch me so bad. And here I am in my little red 350Z when they first came out or whatever. And that's when I got pulled over. Only me. I got pulled over and arrested for violating a state of emergency by driving during hurricane curfew. And listen to how I got out of this one. So they searched down the whole car and everything. But then as they impounded the car, another hurricane hit and it blew out all the windows. So all the evidence had got
Francis.
into the-
It was
Francis,
Francis and
Francis Dean,
Jean.
and
Charlie.
Motherfucker.
I
That
just
one.
happened to be in Florida during that time. I
That
lived in
shit
Los
is why
Angeles and I had to come to town
reporting.
just to help my mom with her hysterectomy, and I got trapped in Florida. I didn't make it back to
Wow.
my job in time. I ended up moving from Los Angeles, but that was such a pivotal like changing point in my life, those hurricanes.
You know what's wild? That's exactly when I moved from Texas to Florida, and I drove the whole way, and I was driving into Florida right as all this is happening, and all the gas stations are out of gas, and you'd see 2 miles of cars backed up just
Oh,
waiting to
damn.
get to an empty gas station. That was why it's wild that you also came to Florida right during the middle of that.
Those 2 hurricanes or 3 hurricanes is why I have no fear of what happens if the power goes out? What happens if the gas goes down? What happens if it's not that crazy? You're kind of surprised at how amazing humans are. That's
Guys, the
really
best
what
thing
happens.
is rent a U-Haul during a hurricane because you can have hurricane parties in there, and if anything gets damaged, it's perfect. And then my other roommate too, this was their business that they had started. It was called Nightcaps, and they had a VW bus, and it was UCF Nights, KNGHT. So they would deliver nightcaps. So the school contracted them because everything stopped serving liquor at 2:00 in the morning or whatever to not promote drinking and driving. So they had the after hours thing. So if you at 1 in the morning were leaving the club and you wanted a pack of condoms and a this and a that, they were like your nightcap people. And that was an adventure. And Silver Bullet, we started it, the first silver PT Cruiser selling whippets. Oh my God, I was such a bad girl in Orlando. I can't believe you know me. Now I'm feeling shy. Fuck, man.
Okay. Not to get fully off on O-Town conversation, but we should start the Beanstalk theory with you. And for everyone out there, make sure you like, subscribe, and tell a friend. Thank you guys for watching. We do love you. And I don't know if this is a good place to start, and you tell me if it is or isn't.
Oof. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
We're here for it.
Where is
what?
this?
That's the devil one in
Devil's Tower,
Montana?
Oh,
Wyoming.
I mean,
Wyoming.
that's a
Guys,
good place to start.
Those ones I always mix up, Montana and Wyoming, and I'm not good at the states.
But I think more where Aurora Borealis in the center of the Earth, the old maps, that mountain,
Which that black
that
rock
magnetic,
one.
yeah, the
That
magnetic
one
Negro?
that's called the Rupa
Negro, yeah.
original.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
this is definitely a stump.
Uh-huh. There's many throughout.
I used to live right near there. Orland, Wyoming.
Have you ever been like up next close to it?
No.
If you go
But,
on Google Earth, you can find so many of these stumps in like the Africa area, Africa region, in the deserts, in the middle of nowhere, just stumps and stumps and stumps that look like mountains.
Yeah, I think there's so many amazing ones. I just think Devil's Tower does such a good job at looking like when you look at all of the way the vines would come down, and it just does such a good job at making laymen see it. And
Mhm.
then I feel like, okay, did you see that? Now look at these other ones. And then you're like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. And I know a lot of the people, there is like a sect of the people who believe in Tartaria that they believe this stuff was buildings. And so this is where like this idea of these 2 crossroads get, where some people are like, no, everything was technology, and other people are like, no, there was something bigger, organic. And so it's like a big divide in philosophy. So in the space of it all, or in the everybody take your like giant fauna pill, and we're going to go down the Jack and the Beanstalk rabbit hole for this. Let me share the other Rupa Negra because I did pull it
now
up.
what I want to see about that now, so that looks like Devil's Tower. Reminds me of that movie Dark Tower, right? I don't know if y'all have seen that one where wanting to break inner earth by reaping pure children's consciousness. But what I saw with that was a volcano erupting. But you know how we always talk about the trees of Babel? Could you imagine if one day that erupted and that was like the babbling brook that caused the next great flood?
Well, that is sometimes I theorize that, like babble, instead of babble us talking, it's babble like brook. And when you cut any of the trees, there's tons of water inside them. And anyone that knows about forestry and the way trees grow, that they change river structures, like the roots, the amount of water they carry, they'll actually move whole entire, like, you could essentially flood or drown out an entire swamp area by what kind of trees you put there. And so if you had pre-existing knowledge of a flood coming, what if you had the axe to the tree? So if you cut down big enough trees, they have so much water inside. So what if it wasn't the idea of a tree that we necessarily think? What if it was some kind of stalk, like bean or a beanstalk, like something that was bigger than just a tree, something that maybe did separate the waters above from the waters below? And so if somebody was cutting into that and they had knowledge that this thing was reaping water out of it, they might be like, oh, if I cut a piece of this out to build a huge boat, and if you look at the Phoenician boats or Viking boats, or like even in Hawaii now, they carve it out of one tree. They don't put a whole bunch of panels together.
Yeah.
So if you think that there was these big trees at some point, and then you look into like Dr. Narco Longo's research and the giant anchors in Florida, and there's giant anchors in Tibet and all this stuff, you would need a huge ship for these giant anchors. So maybe they cut down these giant trees at some point, which maybe caused a flood. They cut down the Tower of Babel.
Okay, but Cheney, let's go Jack and the Beanstalk, because now I see three
Let's
layers.
go.
So now instead of homunculus, if Jack was the one cutting down the beanstalk and it was a giant tree, then Jack was already the giants, or Jack the human, and not the gnomes now. Is there another layer down? And if he cut that beanstalk and it let out water, is that what caused the firmament? And that's why there's water outside?
Or do you think it could be like a city in the sky that we can't see that is also thrown out throughout history, the hidden city in the sky? Did it just reach that
The
point, or
castle
did
in the
it?
clouds, there
Yeah,
is a castle. And
I
that's how
mean,
the Jack and the Beanstalk talks about it, right? So it's a cloud castle that he goes up, right? Now, some versions, the giant has a wife, right? Other versions, it doesn't. And I don't know when they switch it, because in some stories, the wife helps Jack escape, So she's not loyal to the husband or whatever in that prospect, right? She helps him escape. But they don't speak of any other giants, because I've tapped in. I mean, I have been talking to these AI bots. Oh, but before we move on from boats, Jenny, banana boats, right? And the boat wood. So we figured it out when you were just talking about they cut the plank off of one wood. As long as you do not carry bananas on your boat, you will not sink. If you want to dig into that one, because I want to keep putting that on the timeline, Jane.
Yeah, I do think everybody should. One of the things when Summer and I first became friends, she told me there was an old lore in Jamaica that they never brought bananas on boats. And I don't know why. We never really looked it up. But for some reason, this had stayed in this conversation. So anybody I met that happened to be a captain or go on boats or whatever, I would bring up this in conversation. And being in Florida, you meet a lot of captains. And I actually, shout out to my brother's girlfriend. I think she's the one that told me this. She's a boat captain. And I was like,
Really?
I hear you can't bring bananas on boats. And she said, oh, well, it's because of the spiders. And she's like, spiders and snakes are in banana bushes all the time. So if they had tons of bundles and threw them on the boat, you don't want to get bit by a spider out to sea or get bit by a snake. And I was like, holy shit, that's a real common sense one. And I'm like, yeah, but Summer looked deeper. And there's this kind of chemical that's released.
No, I actually didn't look deeper. I actually accidentally hid a banana up from Mindy on the top of my dresser and forgot about it. And then a couple days later, I'm looking at the dresser and I'm like, what is up there? The wood was completely warped. The banana let go ethylene and it became a fucking bioweapon and ate through my wood. And I was
So is
like,
that why? I'm sorry, is that
It's
why
in the song.
sometimes bananas, like, they taste or smell like nail polish remover?
Yeah, but guess what's happening? This ethylene thing that's in them, it causes the wood to separate. Now, the banana boat, the superstition of luck with it, why it was bad luck, is because whenever there were shipwrecks, they would always find floating crates of banana. Now, you think about fruits, whether they're good or they're bad, whether they'll sink or whether they'll float. So if the bananas were floating, they were releasing that gas. So the bananas probably spread the wood open. Oh my God, you guys just teleported all simultaneously. What just fucking happened? No, I can't.
It's in the song. The tarantulas.
Yeah.
Highly deadly black tarantula.
Tarantula. Daylight come and me one go. There's a Gordy. I'm not going to bring my Jamaican friend on for you to start singing Banana Boat. Okay.
I'm gonna limerick that there once was a man from Guyana. He thought he could play the piano. His foot slipped, his pants tore, and out came a hairy banana. Right? But bananas on the boat. Like I'm telling you, and I never got it, but my father and these fishermen, like the superstition of it, if you were fishing on their boat, they will strip you down. They don't care if you're a friend, you're this or that. They'll dig through your bag. You better not have no banana boat sunblock, no fruit of the loom brief, right? Because when I pointed out the Mandela effect of the cornucopia missing, I remember my brother first thing being like, well, it would be convenient if they got rid of the fucking banana, right? Because that's the bad luck that you have to throw off of the boat. But I don't think bananas are from this country either.
They're a Venus gift. They're one of the gifts from Venus, which is weird if you think bananas can break down to be a bioweapon. And one of the other gifts from Venus, they say, is asbestos.
Asbestos and wheat.
Mm-hmm. Well, they say wheat and asbestos are interchangeable. And then honey or bees.
Is asbestos good on this timeline? Let's make it good again. Asbestos.
Make asbestos good again.
Kind of like lead,
Yeah.
G Wentworth.
And mercury.
My kids run around singing that ad, and JP Morgan, it's still on.
Oh no, that's gonna be stuck in my head tomorrow.
Back to the whole
plasma bag.
City in the Sky. There's actually a show called Materials, and it's about these men discovering the invisible spectrum, and they speak of dust. And it's on season 1, episode 1, and they talk about Aurora Borealis in the center of the Earth and the hidden city in the sky, which is hidden by Aurora Borealis. So they speak about what we're speaking on, the hidden city in the sky and the whole other realm.
Which is Revelation 4:3, which is God's throne. And they talk about the sardine, the jasper, that kind of color. Right? Now, I don't know. It kind of looks the colors of the name Sommer in the bottom here. And Paranoids.
It's a really great show, by the way. Materials. You guys got to look into it.
Yeah, I need to remember that. I won't.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even. Is it yesterday that I'm supposed to remember from you, Cheney, or tomorrow? What movie is that?
Yesterday.
Okay.
But also, maybe on Nephilim, we might get into TV shows, but we're not going to get into the whole TV shows if we get into them, because there's things out there like the OA or Lost, or maybe this one that you're just bringing up. But we might just have to pick the first episode, and then maybe another one just randomly in it, and then just call it quits on that. And if we want to go back to it later, just to bring up other ideas. Cool. But so that if you guys are into that, that's Sunday nights, and you can find that on some link on this page. It's a Nephilim.
But that's back to the giants and the Aurora Borealis.
Go back to it.
Remember, you could see it. There was some comms, because me and Cheney always do. Wow, it's in control, Greg. There was the Aurora Borealis was going to be seen over 17 states over the U.S. at one point. And I'm like, oh, the 17. I remember screenshotting it. And then it showed up in Canada the other day, too. But when we had this little micro moon, the same day that the moon landing happened, which was probably, I don't know, the set crew and the filming crew for David Copperfield, right? The micro moon, you could see, because I can see it regularly, but I could get normal people to see it and knew I wasn't crazy. But if you squint your eyes good enough, it looks like a sphere. And then around it, you would see this plasma Aurora Borealis thing. And that is the veil. That is the green that you can jump through out of the matrix into the astral. So that is the gateway to
This is
heaven.
just a rando idea. What if this chemical that bananas break down to is somehow, some way, they're like the evil days poisoning us? And so when Gwen Stefani is like, this shit is bananas, bananas, it's like them mocking us that they're like, ha ha, they're all about to like have this chemical. And we used to even have like a few hundred different kinds of bananas. And now we have all one genetically modified, like yellow, boring banana. It's
And
like
oranges. Who has oranges? How fucking dare you?
so it's
Guys,
just like I
oranges are
can't-
not orange, by the way. Only in
and
Florida.
banana is another thing to me that we always pluralize it, but it's actually ba nana. And we were Layla and I were talking about it where nana would be almost like grandmother or mother.
Like grandma sheep.
Yeah, and then ba would be what, God or deity? What was ba again?
Ba is father.
Father. So it was like
Abba.
father nana. So it's like
Father,
saying
mother.
yeah, father mother, and how
Caitlyn
a
Jenner.
banana is like long.
Hermaphrodite.
Yeah, and then you cut it, but it's like has that whole different look, almost serpenty, where it's like serpent mouth open or serpent long. It's the
Well, we
pole
have
and the
Chinese
hole.
banana here too. We still in Jamaica, we do have in our different parishes. That's one thing. The different parishes, they have their different shaped fruits and stuff. So in different parishes, you get different bananas. And then they have the Chinese banana, which is little and small. Such an insult to character.
So the idea of giants coming from up above, from a different realm, a higher realm, or into this realm. Or was it Jack going up into the higher realm? He found a way to go into the higher realm and he visited there. The giants didn't come here without Jack going up there first.
It reminds me kind of Loki because he's like half giant. Like, so he was from a different realm than the rest of the Norse gods. You know, like he was from another realm. He was from the realm of the giants, and he was adopted by Odin.
Interesting.
That's like
Yeah.
Gargamel and Smurfs. I feel like there is like the cat.
Have you guys ever heard of is it Vimana or Vimana? Where
The flying
it's a
flying machines
mythological
in India?
flying palaces or chariots described in Hindu texts or Sanskrit epics. The Pushpapa Vimana or Ravana, who took is the most quoted example, and it's literally means measuring out or transversing or having been measured out. And it's like there's all these art depictions of like these cities in the sky that used to be seen.
Yeah.
And see even the animals that happen to be in the ocean, how they all come up and they, and that these cities would come out in the sky.
Yeah, and they talk about different mansions and different layers of the realms, and each realm has its mansion, the main.
Me and you talk about this image, and I feel like one of you, like somebody in this room might know what it is. It's shaped like this, but the bottom part, instead of the pyramid being like this, it's the pyramids on the ground small, and it goes up in layers of heaven, and all the layers are attached by these certain tendrils through them. And I've read in different texts that we are in the third layer right now. We have hell below us. We have the lowest hell. And then we have like the hell that we know, that we just think of, that's written about in places. And then we're in this third realm, but we're about to go to this fourth. And then you see things like Avatar in this way that, or even
Dragon Ball Z too.
Yeah, Jay, and which isn't that
Rest
the
in
guy
peace.
died? Yeah.
Rest in peace.
When Jay's talking about it, like at the highest levels of the heaven, that's when they're the biggest. And as we fractal down, everything gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. So even in this enormous fauna idea, maybe there was big trees or big lizards or bigger human type entities.
Okay, I'm with you on this, but that takes me back to that whole megalodon.
And the Russian doll theory too.
The megalodon sharks and the animals. So if you ever look up like into that digs, because I go into different underground giant sloth digs and group them. So you had like the critters that were the megalodons, like the sharks, and I think they had like a megalodon sloth and a dragonfly. But the raven was around in the megalodon times as well. So the raven is the one oldest dinosaur that has never modified or changed in thing. But what you're saying about this time matrix, that's how I've seen it too. So you know how we always say we call it Maya or Gaia, right? But it has 15 levels and dimensions. And then it was saying that the invader races like the Anahazi Elohim came down and created from that. But what we are now, the bottom 3 are the ones that involve time. And the ones outside of it, the top 12 layers, have no time at all. And I think we're now collapsing that third and returning to origin and bringing it together. But that's what it was. It was to bring back the species, because in this story, okay, I guess the dog's going to have a dream and just make that noise.
I know that noise well, yeah.
You know, like, let's, okay, but they're saying that like somehow it was this contract with this person named Ninursag or whatever, where she was this scientist, the one who was contracted for this interbreeding human races or whatever. And then they talk about how it was Enlil or one of them who actually came through and slept with Eve, and then because of that pumped in all of these Nephilim kind of races. And then you had like an ape one. There were like 4 different tribes, but then they've had to crossbreed and bring it back down to origin. And then I think that's where they messed up. And then we went through a big thing with dwarfisms. I don't know. But I see giants coming back on this timeline more than I don't know. Why were there that many more little people back in the day around like Wizard of Oz time? And that will take me back to Jack and the Beanstalk, because it reminds me of Gulliver's Travels too. That whole thing. It's whether are they.
It does seem like when we were growing up, there was a lot more little people. They're almost putting little people on TV now to let us feel okay that there's a like vanishing of the little people.
Yeah, and well, they're not really doing that big wave, but I remember there was a huge wave where TLC was everything little people. I don't know what it was because I was pregnant at the time.
Yeah, it was.
I thought I had a nightmare that one of the twins was either one was gonna be a dwarf or one was gonna have cerebral palsy. That was like my biggest nightmare. But it was, I don't know, it was that gene coming through. I don't know. I had to do little people conventions when I worked at Disney and Universal Studios and stuff like that. And that was kind of weird. And then I hung out with like Pee-wee and the Jackass people. And Pee-wee used to run through the club that I worked at. And
I have a real Sommer. Would you ever fuck your clone?
I feel like I answered this when you guys said it the other day. And there were so many different layers of it. Would I have to fuck my clone as me or as somebody else?
You.
Would it be me fucking me?
Well, it's you fucking your clone.
That's up to you. If you think that's how it is.
I don't know. I kind of wrote this in my story. I'm a I wrote this through my Awaken Me book, ran it through ChatGPT for editing. Because it's okay. This is getting too weird.
No,
but
it's not.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't trust anybody in this realm. I don't think with the amount of incubuses and succubis, guys, I might just be celibate for the rest of this.
Sommer, have you ever farted into a fire?
No, I have not farted into a fire, but my father always used to fart into jars and capture them, or like propane farts, or make us light farts. I'm from the timeline where women don't fart. Right?
Would you like
hidden it from my father? So
would you like to get sexed in first or beat first?
Fart into a fire?
Have you ever seen anyone fart into a fire?
Yeah, those same college roommates when they're like squirrel gigging and cooking squirrels in fires. But no, why? Can you fill me in? Because this is going to end up on the timeline tomorrow. Let's play this out good.
I will, but Layla has another question while I find it.
Yeah. Do you want to be, for your initiation, do you want to be beaten or sexed in, or?
I want to be daggered.
That's what's up.
Interesting.
I want to be
It's a good combination of both.
It is kind of a combination of both.
Yeah.
Well, pain with your pleasure.
Hey, are we back on the would you rather? Would you rather having finger length nipples or nipple length fingers? And you guys just
Finger
teleported
length
again.
nipples.
I knew it
Yeah,
was too
yeah.
much.
Can you move them around?
What
Can you,
up,
like-
dope
Oops,
fresh nation?
don't even try to come on here. Don't try to get.
No, don't do this.
Okay, I'm just leaving it small. So why? What are some other would you rather's?
Would you rather?
Summer
Well, one
has
of the
some
big
weird
ones is
ones.
would you rather what is it, like fight a duck-sized horse or a horse-sized duck?
Horse-sized duck.
Nah,
I mean, a
duck-sized
duck-sized horse. Yeah,
A
that's what I
horse-sized
mean.
duck?
A duck
Dude.
size.
Ducks
Okay.
are
Duck-sized horse.
scary.
The
I
other
would
night I
love
was
a
driving home
duck-sized
from the
horse.
gym and a donkey, a goat, and a freaking pony all stopped right in front. I had to stop my car. They were right in front of me on the road. It was freaking
A
wild.
donkey, a goat, and a pony stopped in front of a car. Like it's
Yeah,
like
and
they're
I got a
riding their
picture of
own
it. It was like
Sounds
bark.
like a
birds.
great joke.
I know,
A
but I'm
duck-
like, that has to mean
Did you
something.
take a picture, or
Yeah,
were you just
that does
I
mean
did,
something.
but it was in nighttime mode, so it was blurring because I'm like sitting there going,
Yeah.
This is a Calvary.
it was like the
Guys,
cutest
what
little
about
pony ever.
donkeys and the whole meat? Do you guys have mules
What about the cow?
that jumped over the moon?
Not only that, the cow that he sold.
That's
Like,
the cow
why
who
would he
jumped
s-
over the
why is
moon.
the
That's what I'm
cow-
saying. Layla.
The cow jumped over the moon. The
Yeah,
ox.
he had
Wait.
the magical cow to
And
get him out the
Bunyan.
firmament anyway. He got tricked by the guy. All we need to do is find out who sold him
Okay.
the beans.
Who? So at the beginning of this story, Jack and
Fix
his
it.
family are poor,
Yeah.
Just him
and
and his mama. Just single parent.
they don't have any food. And so his mom's like, please take this cow to the market and sell this cow and bring us some money back. Oh my god. I was not,
What's happening on this
Wait,
screen?
can you replay that?
I can't do this, Simon.
I was not
Wait, can you go back?
What? Is this someone farting into
Yeah,
a fire?
I
I can't. What is happening?
Can you
Guys,
go
I
back?
just sucked in the wheat bowl into the back of my throat.
Wait, can you play that back again?
That was like that scene in Meet Joe Black where like
I missed it.
Brad Pitt's just walking
So
down the
I've
road
been trying
and then all of a sudden
Facebook
he's
and it
not
asked me
there.
for my interests, and I thought, wow.
Oh, that was a weird commercial.
Oh my god, one of my
What
favorite
was
internet
that?
videos of all times is
I
some
don't know.
was
I
worse
can
than
find it
top
again.
right.
oh my god. Some guy in Italy like going to the roadside and to take a dump, and a donkey comes up behind him to try and mount him. And he's trying to fight off this donkey. He's trying to take a shit.
Welcome to the Golden Shit Club.
No, I have
Golden
a shit
shit
story
club.
of trauma. My father, he got a poor belly, and I remember this ride. I mean, we were on two wheels screeching around the tires because he couldn't make it to the toilet, and he finally reached a gully right by the back of this hospital place.
A gully?
Yeah, that's like a canal. That's what they call them in Jamaica. I mean, it's just a little waterway thing. And it's literally like the troll who lived under the bridge with the 3 billy goats gruff. Because I remember sitting in the van waiting, and watching my dad run to the edge of the gully and drop his pants and everything. And then we just hear this hell, like blood-curdling screech. And now my father's not a swift man, but let me tell you about adrenaline, That man fucking Newported out of the gully in fright, He shit on a fucking madman that was sleeping under there, and the man jumped out of the dark fucking gully. Okay, my father left his pants. Like, that story has scarred me for life. That would be scary. I'm just saying.
He's scarred for life.
How
What
did we
about
get
the other
here,
guy?
guys?
That was the guy that got shat on.
Yeah.
Man, I'm just trying to nap here.
Okay.
Somebody comes and shits on me.
No, can we not get shitty, guys? This is
Okay.
You know why? Because it's about to be crazy 38 in the morning.
I know it's all so he sells the cow and he gets magic beans. This is where there's an old man that sells Jack these magic beans. So it's like these beans become the beanstalk. His mom scolds him. He puts them in, like, she throws them out the window, and they become the beanstalk overnight. But they become the beanstalk, but it says beans plural. And who knows that this guy didn't put more magic beans around. Like, it's just interesting that. So now there's a beanstalk up the backyard. One funny thing, I asked AI, I was like, draw me magic beans. And this is no joke what it drew.
A vagina.
Vagina.
What?
The bean. Oh my god.
The magic bean.
Dude, do you know
Of
Jack
course, it's the
off?
magic bean.
Okay, listen to this.
Flicking the
Jack
magic
off.
bean.
Okay, his mom threw the beans. It's like some weird incest story or
Spilling
something.
the beans.
Jack off.
No, but listen to this though.
And
What
the
mother
stalk.
lets her child? You now throw him out, so he's pissed off. You're hungry, so you sell a cow that could have given you continued food. You could have gotten milk off of it, and you could have survived. So that's all a fucking lie. I think she was into drugs or something. Why are you sending your son out to trade with Michelle? Oh, I found it. I found the guy who sold him the beans name. I found it one time. I think his name was like Melchizedek or something. Some wizard.
Melchizedek.
Melchizedek?
Okay.
Wow.
He's back. He's the one who sold it.
Fuck.
Right? But then
Wow.
Who's that?
Jack is the one
Wait,
who
wait, wait,
sold
wait, wait, wait,
little
wait.
blue Jimmy Horner in the corner. That blueberry pie. Jack sold that one, the pie.
What's the name again?
Melchizedek.
Melchizedek.
I don't even want to say his name. Melchizedek. That's who
Don't
sold
say
him
it
the
again
beans.
because it will Beetlejuice us.
That would have been 3 times.
The king of
Yeah, he did
Salem.
it.
The
What
king.
the fuck?
Beetlejuice.
Oh
And
my
okay,
God.
so this ties into the Alchemist. Literally, it ties into the Alchemist. Which
Okay,
I've been
go
listening
on,
to.
Abby.
So, in the Alchemist, like this guy comes up and talks to the main character, and like, because the main character has this dream about finding treasure, and he's thinking about pursuing it, like because he's told that the dream was real. So the king comes up and is like, "Hey, like he doesn't realize he's a king, but he says that I am a king," and the guy's like, "If you're a king, what are you the king of?" And he's like, "I'm the king of Salem," and which was weird to me because we're getting into this whole Jerusalem Salem thing, and then he says from the order of from Melchizedek. So and it literally says here that Melchizedek or Malachi Melchizedek was the king of Salem and high priest of El Elyon, often translated as Most High God. But he says that he shows up to give you what you need when you need it. Like, so sometimes he shows up as a person, but sometimes it's a synchronicity or just a word out of somebody's mouth that you needed to hear at the moment. Like that could be a whole line of speech that you weren't listening to, but just the one line stands out to you.
Mhm.
He's basically saying that he shows up to help you realize your personal legend. So he shows up in Jack and the Beanstalk story to fucking help Jack realize his personal legend.
Okay, but now is that Jack? Now Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack jump over a candlestick. Is that the original mini Jack? How big is the candlestick that he's jumping over? And little Jack Horner who sat in the corner. And then Jack and Jill up the hill. And Jack Sprat could eat no fat. I mean,
But J
that's a
wasn't
whole
even a
complex.
freaking letter. It was a y. It wasn't even a j. So where's this word come from, Jack?
Would it be yak?
Ack.
Yakety yak. Bonk, bonk, bonk. What song is that?
No, no, man, no, man, no, man, no,
Hit the road, Jack.
Don't come back.
No more.
I just had to look it up because I'm actually interested. I thought I had heard this before, but Jack comes from John because there was an evolution of John to Johnkin to Jankin to just Jackin, and then it was just Jack. So it just kind of like slowly morphed.
And Jack off.
Well,
Johnson.
didn't they call JFK Jack sometimes?
Right. Anyone that
Yeah.
was named John could potentially be called Jack.
It's like Richard and Dick. It's
No,
interchangeable.
but even that one, how do we even get there? And Willie and Billy. Oh gosh.
Yeah, where does Billy come from?
Yakety yak.
So Jack goes up this beanstalk, and up the beanstalk, there's giants. Or could they be Nephilim?
They
Like
have to be,
instead of
right? Or
yeah, but what if there's a couple of beanstalks or even one, and Jack goes up this beanstalk and he steals a big giant harp or golden goose, and then they all come down after him. We're always under the assumption that the Nephilim fell or they came down or they had wings. But what if they were on this beanstalk and it was actually Jack's fault? They were never supposed to be here. They weren't fallen. They were trapped here because of this beanstalk idea or this energy stock or this tree of water, or whatever it may be. But it's like we're always under the assumption they came here like for us, when what if they're the ones that got trapped in a lower dimension?
100. That's how the golden goose tells the story, because that's where I went with Chat GPT. Because I talk it through of continuation of population. I needed to know if they had any children. So I'm sitting there to the robot being like, well, I need to know what happened to the wife after. How did giant procreation continue? Because she's the only woman one, and if he's the only man one, he's fallen. Also, they're not holding Jack accountable for killing the giant. Jack just happened to cut down the beanstalk that the giant fell and died. Like, they didn't even blame it on him. But then there's a sequel called Jack the Giant Killer, where it's like he gets the taste of killing giants and then becomes a giant killer. But Jack went up 3 times. The first time he went up, he snooped around, he got a little taste of treasure. The second time he went up and almost got killed, and I think that's when the wife stepped in and freaking saved him. So he got 2 chances out. He came home with goods. What mother is going to let their little boy climb up a beanstalk to Never Neverland and then be open to stolen goods? Where are values and morals in this whole thing? Now, when I asked ChatGPT to create this image to render it, I'm saying, what kind of goose is it? Is it a regular sized goose to Jack, or is it a regular sized goose to the giant? And they're like, well, it's just a regular sized goose, right? I broke the robot.
okay, I have a question though. So, I mean, do all of you guys remember it being a golden goose? A goose that laid the golden eggs? Because there's a lot of versions that it's a hen. It's a chicken.
Huh. I don't know. I remember it being a goose.
Then I'm like, is that a Mandela effect, or is that like we remember that because of Willy Wonka and Veruca Salt? Like, I want a goose that lays gold eggs for Easter.
And I remember the harp had like a girl body on it that kind of spoke. That was like alive, kind of.
Yeah.
That's what I remember as well.
Yeah, I remember a woman's body.
Well, in Jamaica, they talk about it. So when you were showing that palace, right? They don't know UFO or alien. Like, so when I talk to like a Rhonda, right? She'll be like, yeah, you know, say, the woman with the harp, she come out of the mermaid pond, you know. So they talk about the mermaid. That's the mermaid that like rises out of the water and plays her golden harp. But then the flying saucer, they call it a throne. But they call it a throne. And then I'm like, are you saying a drone? Right? But that's what they call it. It's a throne, a vessel that they see here without knowing other words and other things. So they know about this golden harp river mermaid that comes up, and she plays the harp to lure people, right? And it's this blood sacrifice. In Jamaica, that's why Jamaicans cannot swim. We're an island surrounded by water, but they do not swim because it's fear of this river mama and this one flat bridge, right? That every month or something, it swallows somebody, and people have these mermaid encounters underneath, and that's the sacrifice and all of that. And then you have bush like magic witches, Obia women that will like.
And aren't mermaids called harpies?
Oh.
And I was going to say something. I forgot. Shit. Never mind.
Harpies? That just reminds me of a harpy eagle.
The origin of mermaids is that they want to steal human souls, because when a mermaid dies, it basically just turns into fish food, and there is no afterlife unless they're able to capture a soul from a human, and then they get to go to the afterlife. Which I don't know if that means that the human they take the soul from doesn't get to, and like that, then the human just goes nowhere. But that was the original story, and that's usually why they would lull the sailors over, is that they were actually trying to steal their souls so that they would have an afterlife.
Okay, but this is so weird. So all of this thing, and I blame Ariel for all of this. Like, you know, Why does she want to flipping on fins? She didn't need to go on land. Bet you on land they understand. She's the one who broke us out to inner earth with that whole trap over a man. You're going to give up your voice for that man thing, right? But why? And I did a space on Twitter called Do Mermaids Lay Eggs? So I put that hashtag on there for the algorithm because I asked GPT before if they lay eggs, and then I have a space, and then our answers come up. So we get to decide if they lay eggs or not. But mermaid came in there, this avatar who sides as a mermaid. And it was like I was on an interview and she answered everything correctly. But you never see young mermaids. In any of these shows, you never see children ones and you never see boy ones. It's always females under there. So where is the mama mermaid? And when do they shift?
I thought it was the thing that the mermaids had, that was their almost penance for sleeping with the Nephilim and having children with the Nephilim. So all the daughters of man that slept with the Nephilim lost their rights almost to their flesh, so they became of salt or of the sea. So it's almost like
I love this. Okay.
of the element, like they're the water, we're the mud, the angels of air, and the jinn are of fire.
Yeah, well, I also know that the theory of everything is created out of water. So maybe it's the other way, like the beginning process of like human evolution and like the steps to it, from fish to mermaid to man.
I kind of like this because I'm just, this might be silly, but the whole action of like the Darwinian evolution, right, where we came out of the mud, we came out of the water, and then kind of evolved from there. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
that was like the Watchers come down, they have sex with
Yeah.
humans, or like original, like the original giant humans, and that creates the Nephilim. But then everyone gets sent into the ocean, into the water, to kind of like start over again. And that's like the alien workshop theory, right, where it's like
Dude,
somebody actually orchestrated that, and it's like, oh, let's throw them back into the pot a little bit, let them cook a little longer, and then we found our way to like crawl back out.
That's
Okay.
what they say about the killer whales in Alaska, is that they were like an animal that decided to go back into the ocean. They were like almost the dire wolves on land, and they were the one creature that was like, I'm going back into the sea and going to become like the master of the most domain on this planet. And so they just went back into the ocean and become killer whales.
okay,
Okay.
so
But
the
I didn't know it
Zulu
was just
people
killer.
from Africa.
Hold on one second, Summer. Let Layla read this.
So the Zulu people from Africa, you know, the doctor, the witch doctor, or the high priest of the people, his name is Credo Mutwa, and he talks about these beings that are human-like but not necessarily human, left Sirius, the star Sirius, and they came to this planet and ended up being in the water, okay? And they formed into what we call the dolphins and the whales. So these are actually beings that are very similar and more advanced than human beings. And they don't need technology that we have today to use to communicate everything that we have today. They have within their own system telekinesis, creating things out of like thin air. There's so much about dolphins that we don't even know. But the dolphins are the ones that teach us the positive and creative art and wisdom, and the whales are the ones who teach us about God. They're the knowers of God and the creator.
Philosophy.
So they came into this world and they call them the Ashengeto, and they are the saviors of this realm, and they connect to us through the dream realm. So if you want to actually help with this, I guess, the healing of Earth, you just go into the ocean. And apparently this guy tried it out. One of these doctors, he's tried it out.
John
He
C.
went,
Lilly.
yeah, I think it was,
He's on the beginning of our, the dolphin video. He's the old guy in that video.
So he apparently on the 25th got information to go out, December 25th, to go out into the ocean and literally ask, I don't know if it's the same doctor, but to ask into the ocean and ask the dolphins, the orcas, the delphi, whatever you want to call them, I choose to help and be of service. And then you're going to start receiving dreams. And I kid you not, on my birthday, I went into the ocean and I did that, put my feet in the water, and I kept repeating that. That night, I had that fucking crazy dream of like floating in the fucking sky with all the clouds shooting its web at me and connecting and then just feeding me like a download. I don't know what the download is, but I think it's just use your voice, Layla. You're fucking ruthless. Use it.
You're a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah. But yeah,
Okay,
it's just strange. This
but guys,
theory.
the whale part too, though, like, and that's how I didn't know it was just killer whales. I don't know what whale, and if it was whale in general, but I was tapping into tailbones, right, and coccyx bones, and why do we have a tailbone, and what did not develop, and the only other creatures that have our version of a tailbone, what we have as a tailbone, are whales. Whales have tailbones because they used to have hips, right? So that just validates the thing. But I never grew up on the timeline where the
Oh my
whales
gosh, hips don't lie.
I'm on tonight. Right? Whales had hips, but there. Did you guys know about the dolphin experiment too? That's the next one. They had an MK Ultra. I need to look it up, and I tapped into it. So they did a MK Ultra experiment with a dolphin and communicating with a dolphin and showing it sentience. And then the woman, they gave the dolphin LSD, and the woman sexually pleasured the dolphin and gave the dolphin head. She was in relations with the dolphin. And then it got canceled off of his bad trip. And I think the dolphin committed suicide. Like, it was this huge thing about this one dolphin. And that's a weird mind control thing that came up. But like, they lived in the house with this dolphin and he communicated, and they were studying all of those communication and those sounds and all of that. And they say that because it got canceled, that information has never been released. And I'm like, yo, if they're gonna go as far to make up a lie that this woman is giving a dolphin a blowjob, so it's either you're giving the dolphin a blowjob or they found out some really, really crazy stuff. But the dolphins, man, I'm telling you, that echolocation noise, right? And they can detect the pregnancy. They can
Yeah,
sense pregnancy before
I think
anyone.
this is all John C. Lilly that you guys are talking about. And another thing is he started to think, they told him that he was going to have to shut down this experiment. And he became really great friends with these dolphins, like very connected to them. And he didn't tell the dolphins yet. He just started to think about, how am I going to tell them that this experiment is over? They're going to be so sad. He just started to think about it. They all started to stop eating. Like,
Oh
they were
yeah.
so connected that this just started to happen. And this is where they figured out that all dolphins can communicate with all other dolphins on the planet, like within a certain mile radius, and whales do it in 1,000 miles. So that's why I think, in a military manner, they have one whale that we all go look at and think it's SeaWorld, because if the Navy had one whale sitting there, we'd all think it was creepy. So they put these one whales and they disguise it as SeaWorld, Disney World, Six Flags, over who knows, Six Flags. But then the whales can communicate with each other. They're trapped inside tanks, and then these military people can get this information somewhere. I think, like, James Cameron, from the Abyss to the Avatar, which what we're talking about now is the Jack and the Beanstalk Avatar, a little bit, to these whales and dolphins being the center of philosophy and God on our planet, and how there's something with the sharks and whales. If there were an underground world, if there were something in the water and the evil, they couldn't go to it because of the salt, they would try to kill those whales and dolphins to get them out of the water. And
Mhm.
if bad things were happening and we were all attached to them without knowing it, they might beach themselves.
Mm.
And we see all these witches, and anytime they show us, like, oh, we're going to call the winds and go to the beach and do this thing, what happens?
Whales and dolphins on the beach, dead sharks. Holy crap.
It
There's a
almost sounds like
loneliest
a
whale.
Minority Report. Like SeaWorld is actually
Mm.
Minority Report, and they're just using the whales to like pull the area for some reason.
Mm.
Guys,
It's
there's a
all right
documentary
by
called
that beeline.
Loneliest Whale, the 52 hertz whale. So there's this one documentary about this one whale that has no other whale that it can communicate, because it's on a completely different frequency. And that's what that's bringing me up to. So what is he connecting to, and what is he channeling to? But it's a
Whales are
52 hertz.
giants.
Is it like a mutation? Like do all the other whales have a different frequency and that one was just born with a different one?
Yeah, but they say it's nothing genetic because it's something ethereal. It's something outerworldly that he's often searching for. So like maybe he's the whale that can break the ice wall. I don't know because it's a tuning.
Look at this weird. Earlier this week, in Newport, New Jersey, a whale beached.
What? What?
And maybe that little logo, it's actually the whale cresting up over the.
That's our fault.
That is our fault. We did that.
I'm not taking responsibility for a dead
What
whale.
happened?
So
Just
everybody,
another
Abby
coincidence.
and Gordy apologize for some weird spell they did together to pull the whale up on the beach. I don't know what they're up to.
You know what's interesting with the
They
the
have
whole...
a Patreon though if you want to get involved.
Yeah.
Let's get weird. It's crazy 38.
So dolphins, and you know the reaction that I love the most of the dolphins is Mariah Carey and her high note, and how
And
they
they're
were
like,
so shocked.
The
You
whistle.
posted that the other day.
And
I'm
she
like,
says, anything to make them happy.
it's like it triggered something, and the dolphin's like, I can't believe she just communicated
I'm
with
gonna
me.
pull it up.
So cute, so cute, man.
It
I'm gonna
is
connect
so
with the
happy.
dolphins. I can't wait for this summer. That's all I'm gonna keep repeating. I am of service to you guys. Bring it, bring it. I'm gonna see what happens.
Have you ever
Oh
heard
well,
the
when you
theory
come to
about?
Jamaica,
Bring
you
in
can swim.
dolphins.
Here, we have to
I think
hear
that'd
it.
be pretty easy.
Okay, let's start at the beginning. Let's start over.
When you have auto
Oh, don't do this to me, you
Go use
demon.
I'm
your
a
stupid
girl.
ads.
Blah,
and
blah,
freaking,
blah.
Oh my gosh, it went backwards. Don't do this to me. Why? Okay.
Anything that makes them happy.
Yeah.
It's so happy. It's
Hmm.
so happy.
Look, they're so smart.
I know. It makes
They're
so
humans.
the Nephilim
They
came
can learn
down.
to talk.
They like come off this beanstalk maybe, and maybe they looked at dolphins and were like, they're so smooth. Like, what if they slept with dolphins and that's where we come from?
Well, there's a theory about, I don't know if it's Nibiru or Planet X, but there's this water planet that some people theorize is on a completely elliptical orbit compared to Earth's, and it explains why it only comes by every once in a very long while, but that it comes so close, and that the water planet is inhabited by these like dolphins / aliens, and whenever it comes close enough to Earth, they can actually transfer. And I've heard versions of this where it's like a physical transfer, or there's a version where if there's this water planet filled with, you know, these dolphins, that if it comes close enough to Earth, they can kind of transfer their information, their knowledge, their feelings to the dolphins that we've got here on this planet, because they're related somehow, sort of in like a Lemurian way, right? Like, how did the lemurs get on these two completely different sides of the globe? There had to be some common ground. So there's like almost a Lemurian aspect to the Nibiru or this Planet X water planet versus like our planet. And I always
Or
like
it could be
maybe that is
expanding
the
Earth.
Nephilim, or maybe those were the Watchers, like you guys are saying, because that kind of lines up with that theory.
I'm telling you, there's
The
something.
lemur thing could be expanding Earth.
Well, going off the lemur thing, there's this fish in Pyramid Lake, Nevada, and it's called the kiwi fish. And the only other place that it is in the world besides Pyramid Lake is the Red Sea.
Where there's like all that area. I mean, it's not the Dead Sea, but I think I would just imagine the Gulf and the Mediterranean have a higher amount of salt than the Atlantic or Pacific.
And Pyramid Lake is a salt lake too.
And the more salt, the more buoyant. So you could actually float better.
Yeah, it's true.
Except bull sharks, guys, that's the biggest fear, you know. Bull sharks, if there's any creature, it don't matter, I'm not afraid of a crocodile, But bull sharks, they have this way where they can acclimate into brackish water. So you'll have a bull shark that will eat a man and his cow 3,000 miles up a river in the middle of South America, the last place you'd expect a shark to come out of.
Katie, you're right though about the buoyancy in the Gulf. Like I can just like literally on a still, calm, not wavy day, like even on waves, but like a still wave kind of day, you just like literally let go and don't even try, and you're floating.
And a weird thing about floating in water, I would guess one of the reasons that Rose out survived Jack, here we have Jack again, would also be a fat content in her body, because it's easier for women to float than it is for men because we have more fat on us, and it's easier for white people to float than black people because we have more fat on us. So it's just like we're like this oil blubber. We're almost like this ambergris
Whale.
that that just like floats a little bit better in
Whale wallet.
water. So then if you have salt and fat, it just seems like women in a shipwreck might just be
Woman.
like bloop.
That's Jack Sprat, who could eat no fat and his wife could eat no lean. Like maybe he stayed skinny and left her buoyant.
Buoyant.
Like buoyant is a weird word.
Well, that just sounds like Jack and Rose from
I'll never let go.
Yeah.
from
Is it
Guys,
interesting that she was on a door? Doesn't that feel like some kind of portal? Like just in
Yeah,
this
portal.
moment, I'm like, why was it a door? It could have been a floating piece of anything, but it was a door specifically, and it was a door into the ocean.
Engraved door too,
Like
with stuff on it.
Yeah, it was almost like a door into his crypt, but everything else in the Titanic, like she was on top of the door and everything else was inside. It's just interesting in the moment that I'm like, huh, why was
Nah, I
it a
would've been
door?
I would like, baby, come over here. I'm sitting on you. Like, what the fuck?
I know. You're like, we're going to fuck and stay warm.
Yeah, bro. Like, what the hell? Like, baby,
They probably
get on
fucked in
here.
the room with the bananas and
I'm
released
sitting
the
you
cat.
cowgirl style.
Wasn't there a story though for real about a chef that he was on board and he knew the ship was going down, so he just drank himself. He was like, I'll just drink myself to death and get really drunk. And
And he
because
survived.
he survived because of the internal heat of his body getting so hot from the alcohol and whatnot.
You know what? It's probably him just like submitting is like, all right, fuck it. I'm just gonna die. I'm gonna die. Blah blah. And because of that, like, I guess just giving in.
But you know how drunk
Like
people
going limp
always,
in
like a car accident, like the
car
drunk
accident,
person
yeah.
is the
Mhm.
one that doesn't get hurt because their
Exactly.
body was like.
Well, that too. I've got a really good friend of mine that was asleep in the back of a car. They got into a really bad accident, and it's the exact same thing that everyone else got. Basically, they didn't walk away from it at all, and he completely survived because since he was asleep, he didn't have that reaction to like tense up and like brace himself the exact same way that like a drunk person wouldn't. So there's something very real. Like it amazes me that is the solution. Like if you're about to face your demise, the best way
Go
out
limp.
of it is to completely relax.
Mm-hmm.
That it's interesting that in a fight, like if we were fist fighting, the punch that's the most dangerous to me is the punch I don't see coming. Whereas if I'm in a car, seeing the strike come is the most dangerous thing. Tensing up and doing all that, and people grab the steering wheel or the person in the passenger seat slams on the invisible brakes. Like those invisible brakes break hips, they break knees, it's that tense that, but the drunk, the sleeper, the person is always like, they're like the person that their head went with the shot. They
Well,
rolled with the
this
punch.
is Mr. Magoo, right? Like that's the whole premise of Mr. Magoo is that he doesn't
Yeah.
see any of
Right.
it coming, and he survives because of it.
Mm-hmm. It's that submission to like, I don't give a fuck. It is what it is. That's like not even thinking about it. It's a way of submission in a sense.
You could imagine, no, you're floating in the ocean. I don't care how drunk you are. And a shark is swirling around. He was probably begging for the shark to eat him. Imagine surviving that long, fighting that off. And
That's how I pray to God, bro. Like I
Yeah.
go in the water, I float, I submit, and I just like feel like I'm being
Mhm.
cradled by God. And I'm just like in that water and I'm just like grateful. I let go. I literally let go and I'm just being carried.
You would like a float tank.
I would love
I
to.
mean, the
I would
ocean
love
is,
to try
but
one.
I would
float
like a
tanks are
float
pretty
tank.
amazing. If anyone hasn't
I gotta
tried it out
try
there,
it.
not to be all Joe Rogan about it, but I friggin' love a
You
float
love
tank.
him, don't you?
Well,
I am
really, you're being
obsessed.
John C. Lilly about it, and it blows my mind too that now that John C. Lilly is technically Jack, right? That's another Jack to add to the list.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
Jack Unicorn,
I
Jack
call
Fish.
dolphins. It's not a I call UFOs. It's not anything weird. It's not absurd. I could take any of you to my river, like a mile away, less than a mile away, and we could sit there at any dock or restaurant and dolphins will come. But it's the exact same thing if we go outside right now and it's a clear night and sit there and have like the same intention, like, oh, we're gonna see a light in the sky. You'll see one, like for sure, 100%. I never not see one if I have intentions to see one. So, but it definitely works better if somebody else knows, like the two in my name, it shall be. If somebody else knows, we're gonna see it too. Dolphins, they seem to work on that same vibe.
I think it's the countenance thing too. Like you're talking about the surrender, like when you get out in nature and you just kind of like be on their countenance, not yours, not man's vibe. Like it comes to you. It's the attraction thing. They come to you when you submit to the owls. They know it. You come in before it, like before the dolphins. They will seek you because they're seeking that
Doll means to chop.
connection.
What? Say it again.
Doll, D-O-L, means to chop. The root word.
Uh-huh.
To chuck?
Chop.
Chop.
To
Oh.
chop, or the Proto-Indo-European dole, reckoning, calculation, fraud. Interesting. Snare, trap. There's different roots to it.
I think it's weird, like even if you took a doll like Dolly or doll like Barbie doll, and then you put Finn, like a Barbie doll with fins. Like we're the doll and they're the doll with fins. And then the pig,
Doll.
they're the other one.
Doll.
That pig, they're the lower level of us, and the dolphins are the higher level.
How I decipher is like each, dolphin, each syllable. Is that no, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, each that like sucker punches, like each phrase you decipher and try to find the root of that word, and you get the breakdown of it. Well, that's how I do it.
What's fin mean?
I'm checking right now. Doll
Fin
to
means to
chop.
like end in French.
Fin.
Done.
Beans.
Chop done.
What
It's
language do
this.
dolphins
This is
speak
dolphin.
now? Now they have like a Dutch accent to me.
Do you have an impression of a Dutch
They're
dolphin?
Finnish. Am I gonna talk like a Finnish dolphin? No, I
Yeah.
don't. I only speak fluent whale. Like
If you did a
Dory.
mic check for a dolphin, what would it sound like?
I can't do that right now. I'd be better off doing a goat, but I'm not waking up the Wicked Witch buying at 2:09 a.m. I can't do a good dolphin right now. It might sound. My regular laugh is kind of dolphinish still,
Dolphins. They're such an interesting thing. Do you think the golden goose at all? Because there isn't it the whole thing that Zeus was a swan. What if it was a golden swan? Because Abby was bringing up Loki before. What if it's like some kind of tale that I theorized that something with Medusa earlier this week online. I was like, huh, you have this whole Greek story coming in. And then Medusa, the whole thing with her is that if you saw her real beauty, you wouldn't see her that way. Only people, it was like that. It's like you almost saw what you got. And so he came in for this trophy and he cuts this head off. But it's this whole Greek story almost that takes, in my opinion, Ophiuchus out of the horoscope. This is the story. Medusa represents the serpent in that way. And so I'm almost with the 13 months. You got all of these gods all of a sudden that lean this Greek to Roman gods that we all of it, like all of our shit started to get named after, all of our calendar dates that we still live by. It's just curious.
Right, and that's the 13th zodiac being the serpent bearer that gets cut out, right?
Yeah.
Fin. From Proto-Germanic. pheno, which means perhaps from Latin pinna, feather wing, or C pin, meaning thorn or spine. So wing, feathered wing, thorn or spine.
So it's a fin in the water.
Cut wing, cut spine, cut.
Or just a
Ooh.
fin, like the same way you see
Fin.
it cut through the water. Like if you ever see like a dorsal fin cut through water, it's like cutting, but it's also on their spine.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they have a knife for a backbone.
Interesting.
Why is a mahi?
And it's also like a feather. It makes them fly in the water.
Maybe that's the mahi.
The ones on the
mahi.
side. Because there's not just the top fin. You have your side fins. And on all kinds of fish, they'd be like feathers.
Or maybe they are angels that just came from up above and into that realm.
If water's poured from above for 40 days and 40 nights, and what if the realms above, some of them are water, and so these beings poured in, and all of our planet, you know, maybe it was kind of a water planet for a certain time until the waters subside, and then we have a little bit of land now, but we're still essentially a water planet.
Yeah, technically.
So if it is a Tower of Babel,
density.
In like a way that there's like a water tube going up instead of it just being a tree like we think about it, like more of a beanstalk or a vine.
Yeah, and when you think about the realm of water, it's just the levels of density from vapor to salt dense or less dense or more H3O type water. And then what was I getting at? Oh my god, I had a point to this. That's what happens when you smoke too much weed, guys.
Well, I was kind of thinking on the same wavelength as you, because instead of just being like this planet, thinking of it in land and water, like it's liquid, because air is liquid and water is liquid. So this truly is like a fully liquid planet.
Yeah. So the word gravity actually means mass. So it's like the different levels of mass and heaviness. That's what the word literally means in Latin. It means mass. It doesn't mean like a magic mumbo jumbo air pull force energy. It literally means the density of mass, like how heavy things are. So I think it could be just a water planet, and it's just different levels of density that we live in. Because nowadays people could breathe underwater for how long?
People are.
They can breathe. They can hold their breath.
Yeah,
hold breath. Well, yeah, hold their breath. But eventually, well, they actually did studies of, or was it a show or a movie that I saw this in, where they have like this pill where you can like breathe underwater if you take it. The military created it or something.
Yeah, they were doing stuff like that.
I know that's part of the abyss, as well as that there's this pink liquid that you can drink that it like super, because one of the reasons we can't go so deep in the water as humans is because we have an oxygen cavity. So the deeper we go, it wants to collapse like the fake Titan sub. And this liquid on the abyss is a little thicker than us. So it makes... I know.
Yeah, that pink liquid.
And so it makes us the same density as the outside water, so we don't get collapsed by it. And so they find that like they can go so much deeper than they thought if they put a thicker liquid inside and fill their lungs, the capsule, the cavity. If they fill it in with thicker water, then they can go deep, 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 deep.
It reminds me of that movie with the guys with the hands, the ones that come from outer space, Arrival. And she goes in their space, and then it's like very like dense water, like that thick water substance, and it's like a heavier breath for her,
like a steam.
Yeah, like a dense liquid. Interesting. I wonder if that shit's real, bro.
Well, the things that they almost look a little like jellyfish, but they're all lit up. And when he goes down, they give him oxygen. But the water can go in tubes and speak with them because it's connected to every cell in everything. So the water, the alien beings use the water to communicate with them. And so they have to like trust them, and how they're like in depths down in the ocean. But then you look at this military and what's it doing all the time? What's it blowing up? What's it like? You're crazy if you think there was an actual submarine that went down there. That's just the excuse they give if anyone goes by, that they're like, what the fuck is the military doing all in this circle around this spot? Like, it's just all an excuse, because even they're coming out now. They knew that sub supposedly blew up before. Why were they there for so long? Why did they do that if they knew the sub imploded and would be in pieces? And then the military had to come out with this whole fake idea. We heard knocking. That's why. So then they had to release footage of the tape of we heard knocking
3 knocks.
on Jack and Rose's door.
I don't know, man.
So I've
And
got another
dolphins are-
Jack and the Beanstalk interpretation here that
Do
I've been holding up my sleeve. So
Huh.
Manly Palmer Hall has a really awesome lecture about this. I can't remember what it's called.
yeah,
It's like
that's
the
right.
philosophical something of like fairy tales. But the way that he describes it is that Jack is like a normie, like unawake person, right? Just like going through NPC style. And what happens is that he gets this chance of becoming enlightened. And when he gets this enlightenment through the magic beans, then this beanstalk grows overnight, like you said. But that beanstalk growing overnight is supposed to represent a person's entire lifetime. So like overnight means born, like the seed gets planted in the ground. So now it's Jack becomes the seed. And as it grows and it reaches to the top, he climbs up there. And when he gets up there, he's expecting to reach the next level, like to become enlightened. And he's expecting everything's going to be gold and gems and diamonds and just like nonstop riches. And there is a little bit of that, but it's just a little nugget, it's just a little egg, right? And everything else is grotesque and huge. And he finds this giant. And Manly Palmer Hall describes this giant as being the ego, and that the giant also represents the demiurge if it was like a Gnostic tale, right? So he goes up there, and instead of finding God, instead of like the Tower of Babel finding God, they go and they find this huge giant / demiurge. But he keeps going on about like that whole concept is ego and greed and guilt and just all of the different like human emotions that kind of hold you back. And that's why he goes up and he just grabs a little bit of gold and he comes back down, because that's all he can really handle. But when he actually kills the giant, that is Jack actually like killing his ego, and that's his true enlightenment. So that's, I mean, I'm like paraphrasing it and simplifying it in a way that I can't repeat Manly Palmer Hall, but that's a really interesting concept, especially with the beanstalk representing like a human life, or the cycle of like a human soul.
Okay, but would he get put, okay, this is a thought that comes through, would he get put in the trap? Because this ego is a constant cycle. And now if that is his cord and if that is his connection, suppose it's his higher self, not even his ego. And now he's severed that cord and that connection to source because of greed and monetary gain. So he serves like worldly things, you know, instead of service to self and service to others. Right? But that being said, when they come back down and that falls, and this is how my nursery books go. I'm convinced the old lady who lives in the shoe with so much children don't know what to do. She lives in that giant shoe. Right? So I don't know if the children, she doesn't know what to do with them. Maybe they got squashed by the giant. That's where I'm at. I just said that like I just like was talking quantum physics and like
No, there's even the yeah, how does it, where does that enormous shoe come from?
Yeah.
Like it is
That is weird.
I can smell it through the screen. Worse
It's
than
all
Brady.
connected.
Maybe
all the fairy tales are connected, man.
They are. There
They
is
call
something
them
to it.
fables. Why do they call them fables? A fable.
Well, that's Aesop fables, right?
Yeah, fables are like when there's animals as the main character.
And it has to have a moral story, kind of
Yeah,
like the
it
idea
has
of
to have a
the
moral.
cartoons.
And folklore.
Like slow and steady wins the race. Like the tortoise and the hare is a fable.
Oh, I didn't know there were different ones.
So Jack and the Beanstalk is not a fable, it's a story.
No. Yeah.
So does it come
a
from
fairy tale.
fairies? like, because it's called a fairy tale
Yeah.
and a fable are both fairy words.
Yeah.
Like you're saying fairy tale and fable. That's the same word, right?
Yeah, but they do make a distinction between the two.
I know, but isn't it insane that fae is the other word for fairy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so this fable is a
It's
good
the
tale. It's
fae
you teach
babbling.
it. Yeah, your fae babble. And this is your fae tale. It's weird.
Hmm.
It's like heads or tails, like of what you get from the fairy. The fairies are full of stories, apparently.
And very like mermaids, the fairies outside of Peter Pan are actually sometimes reported as being like antagonistic towards people. And even I've been talking about changelings a lot lately, but the concept of a changeling was that when you weren't watching your baby, and this is why there was all these folk tales about like you never leave a baby alone in a room for like a certain amount of time. For men, it's different than women, but that if you leave your baby alone or you turn away, that the fairies will swap the baby out and they'll put like an old fairy in its place and kind of trick you into taking care of their great grandma fairy. And it's like old life where you're just like, cradling it and taking care of it like a baby. What a great way to go
Benjamin
out.
Buttons.
Meanwhile, the fae has taken your kid.
Hmm.
Have you
so
guys ever
sorry,
seen the
can I
movie
chime in
Cat's
with the
Eye?
stork though?
Oh,
The
go do
stork.
it.
The stork who delivers people's babies. Like that's traumatic. Like I would see people like and wonder, oh my God, is that stork gonna come and steal that one's baby because my auntie's pregnant? But then these evil fairies, what is the tooth fairy and what would they be doing with the teeth? What kind of currency would that be? And we're just
Well, real quick to go back into the movie Cat's Eye, with it has Drew Barrymore in it, and it's a really strange movie. But part of it is that, like you're saying, these little evil troll fairy things come in. They'll kill kids in their sleep. They steal their breath and steal their youth while they're sleeping. And cats protect kids from this. But because the old wives' tale became you never leave a cat around your baby because they smell the milk on your baby's breath and then they lay on its chest and suffocate it. But really, the cats were always protecting the babies from these things.
Mm-hmm.
And so they convinced them to get the cats out of the room of the babies.
Someone mentioned Stephen King's movie about that. Is that Stephen King's movie?
Yeah, it's Cat's
Yeah.
Eye. And when I went to put in Zeus, I have to tell you too. So I was just like, oh, Zeus, the goose, or like the look at what it pulled up, y'all.
Ready or not. Let me shut up.
That's the one.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, whoa, good
Yeah.
night.
What the fuck?
I was like, well, if you want to be ordering that, you can go to projectchaney.com.
But in the boy
goose
version
is
of that one
loose.
is Ganymede, where he turns into an eagle, which is the Anheuser-Busch logo.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Ganymede.
Yeah, if you look up like 1880s Budweiser logo, it's a logo of Ganymede being carried away by Zeus as an eagle, which is kind of the same. What he was doing with that lady as a swan, that's what he did to Ganymede as an eagle, apparently.
Ooh, I think the swan would be better. The eagle
Oh,
sounds like it
wow,
might
yeah.
be painful, the talons and stuff.
Bro, do you think that Zeus is the golden goose and Jack's child? Because if you think about it, and the golden goose is laying eggs, is it like birds? Nothing could ever be born of those golden eggs. So she just laid them and they were not fertilized. I mean, suppose the goose is the Nephilim.
Or in the way that you're saying, somewhere the idea of gold became the truest idea of human alchemy. If somehow you could figure out a way to turn something to gold, when really the truest form of human alchemy could have been what was inside the egg. And what you're saying, a solid gold egg is actually friggin' worthless. You want something that bursts. You want something that has either a chicken or a serpent come out of it, which that's where I always am like, and that's how you get a Abraxas. I think like the youngest versions of us were like, we're so hungry. And when we figured out we could eat eggs and just steal them out of nests of things, because that was how we first did it. We didn't have to kill anything. We didn't have any tools. We just had to get something out of a nest. And so I just feel like serpents and chickens were the first thing, birds and serpents. We were like, oh my gosh, look at this amount of eggs in these things. And then they put those together and they made Abraxas. They were like, oh my gosh, it feeds
Whoa.
us.
Okay, so this story of Jack and the Beanstalk comes from the Indo-European story of the boy who steals the ogre's treasure, apparently. And it's a 5,000-year-old story. It's like a really, really old story, 4,000 to 5,000 years old. And many stories after that came in different depictions of it. But it originally is the story of the boy who steals the ogre's treasure.
Yeah,
An
but there's
ogre.
a Jack too. There's a version of it. So they have lots of different ones. They have Jack and the fiddle, right? So Jack probably played the fiddle that could have made the cow jump over the moon, right? They also have one with the witch's curse. They have one as Jack the thief. Yeah,
Is
so
Jack a
there's
story of David?
the David and Goliath. That's
Yeah,
what I
did
think.
somewhere David in this here, like, did who runs the world? Did he steal the giant's treasure? And that is what Salem is built upon.
I support that. And maybe the pyramids. Hang on, though, these pyramid structures, guys, and this is where I'm taking it back to, because Baghdad
Yep,
batteries.
I can sink my teeth into it.
Baghdad batteries is where I'm at, where they had these technologies where if you literally peed in them, all the city towns could get free electricity off of the local pyramids in the town. And Iran was full of these Baghdad batteries. I don't know what that has. It's just a channel that came through. It probably has nothing to do with anything. But that's the only pee. No one is drinking pee. If you're gonna turn your
don't bring it up. Don't bring it up. We're not
Shivambu. We're not sunning no perineum asshole sunning, because that's one step away from Shivambu, right? We're not doing it. No fapping. But if you're going to take piss, I mean, at least use it for free energy.
Wait, what's Shanabu? What is that?
Shivambu.
What is that?
Urine therapy. Urine therapy. Well, it's just the process where you harness your urine and you keep the morning urine, the most potent one, in a jar and let it ferment till it gets like pasty. And then you brush your teeth with it and stuff and soak your feet. You drink your own piss. That's where the world is going, guys. And we're back on the timeline, because now people are telling me that the cure for COVID vaccine is to drink your own piss. And I've never been happy in my life not to have been vaccinated. That could you imagine, Cheney, that fate?
Well, you know what? Here's the whole
one
thing.
We will not do.
No, here's the thing. You already have to be some kind of moron if you are vaccinated. So why wouldn't you put pee in your eyeballs? Like, you're already on the level. You already showed me you are. Like, the idea you're like, hey, I am vaccinated and the cure to it is I drink my pee. I'd be like, oh, I'm never going to get vaccinated, so I don't need to play in your special class down the hall.
We're talking just like a humiliation ritual at this point.
I love we shame them with Shivambu. Jenny, I love this.
I kind of like it too.
I like it too. It can stay.
It can stay.
This is where the piss drinking met the no fapping. This is what started the Wizard and Warlock War, the Regina Kang no fap war. It was what brought the no fappers to the Tartarians. Do you not remember how they all came together on this? So these awakening people in their journey, because once you start drinking your piss, the next step is this ejaculation. So they would do this thing where they would reverse Kundalini, right? We'd have to hear about this on their posts. And this is what would annoy Jenny. We're like, okay, so we don't have to hear that you didn't touch your penis today. I mean, why does everything have to be phallic about it, right? But they go from that.
Well, if you had a joystick between your legs, it might be phallic all the time too,
I would touch it all the fucking time.
I know
about it. I don't
Listen,
need to know about it.
In your dream.
I don't care what you're doing or not doing to it.
Yeah, and I fucked myself as a man in my dream last, and I'm like, okay, that's fine.
It was good too.
They bring themselves to the edge, and then they punch themselves in their chode, which as they're about to cunt, they punch it so it sucks the cum back into their bladder. Then they piss that out and drink it the next day. I'm sorry.
over that had to be called out, and it dyes hair. And anyone who makes out with any of them, I'm going to leave it
No.
here on this token. Could you imagine? Oh,
If you've
sorry.
ever known
What?
somebody that shiv
I
on
just ate,
booze,
man.
I'm gonna be real honest with you. If you've ever known somebody that shiv on booze, you get like when they touch anything around your house, when they're in your car, the clothes they're wearing, they're like grabbing a fry off your plate, you're just like, you could have that whole thing.
Yeah.
That's how I felt like around. I just felt like it was my cat box I was hanging out with.
That thing that
This
that
person
Summer
didn't smell like pee. It just haunted me.
I don't think you ever told me that, but I can smell it now. So thanks for that. And I just powered up Magic Phone 5 that has the original Shivambu email. So I'll forward it to you, Cheney, and we can drop a link in the comments and people can go through the actual process of this year in therapy. It's a real thing.
We don't have to do it. I'm not going to support it or have any link that ever says, here, Cheney's telling people how to shiv on boo. It's never happening. Nothing. You're never going to search Project Cheney and find shiv on boo.
Imagine
Unless
that.
it's me just being like, don't do it.
I'll bear that cross if we really need someone to do it. I can do like a paranoid.
No, that's why I said we
American
post it in
Siobhan
the
Boo.
comments. We're not posting it like under your caption. It doesn't matter. Shivambu dies right now. Right here. Right now.
I want to say that thing that Summer was just talking about. It's called a retro ejaculation, I believe. And this is wild that she just brought that up because the only other person in my entire life that I've ever heard bring that up in person was a guy that I work with at Disney, and it was the weirdest thing. And he was like,
is it Merv the Perv? I can't.
No, it wasn't Merv the Perv, and I'm not going to throw the name out, but it was blow my mind because when he told me about it, it was like to hear a coworker be like, "Yeah, so I found out," and it wasn't a punch. I'm not gonna go into the detail, but it's the exact same method where it goes into the bladder and then comes back out. Although I think he was doing it out of like novelty, like he had just done every other thing and was trying to find like the next high. You know what I mean? But what is it about Disney people and this?
Weird.
It's so funny. I knew Dale, a person who played Dale, and I knew a person who played Goofy. When Summer said she knew a Tigger, I was like, this must be a Florida thing. Like where not everybody knows people that played the parts of
funny.
Disney
Like
and
I knew
Universal.
Belle and I knew Ariel. Like I knew them because they worked like, within feet of me.
This is a silly thing from like high school in my drama nerd phase, but Dr. Phillips was like a high school we would go to a lot. And Dr. Phillips is the high school across from Universal. And like a pop star now that Joey Fatone, he was like a singer. He was like in NSYNC. And he also was like, I think either the Wolfman or the vampire at Universal in the Monster Mash. So our school had to go up against them in like musical theater competitions.
You and Joey
sounds like
Fatone?
victorious,
Okay.
like
This is
Hollywood
great.
High.
You know Dale, but did you go to grad night in Florida?
Yes, and I went to Night of Joy.
Okay, well at grad night we all got kept back because the bus that we were on, the people like ate too much acid, and I had someone ended up getting in a fight and beat up Chip because they thought Chip was staring at their girlfriend. And that's when I learned about underground Disney jail. So tell Dale that I know who beat up Chip. Okay. But that grad night stuff at night at Universal where they take all the Florida high school people and they only open the park for nighttime. And I know, and that's how I knew about America. And this is high school and people tripping. And I had just moved up, so I was like a senior.
We're crazy because shrooms grow everywhere here too.
Bro, they had dogs like testing for strychnine on acid. I remember girls like putting it in peanut butter in their bra. Well, right before they were supposed to reach, they're like, it takes an hour to hit. So the ramp is up there. Let's drop the tabs now. The whole bus drops the tabs. And then the highway got blocked. And we were stuck on the highway for 2 hours. Imagine an entire bus of tripping balls people stuck on the highway. And by the time they reached, it was a weird thing.
Is there any Disney representations of Jack and the Beanstalk?
Yeah, absolutely. Mickey,
yeah.
and we were talking about Gulliver's Travels. Those are the two biggest Disney cartoons I remember growing up because I had books of both of those. There was Jack and the Beanstalk and Gulliver's Travels.
Well, what's
Both as
Gulliver's
Mickey.
story? I know it's the Lilliputians, but why it stands out is because when Cheney and I were on this Beanstalk thing, Elon came in and he posted a Gulliver's Travels meme thing, and then that's why I was like, oh, are we the homunculus or not the homunculus? But I forgot the real story of the Lilliputians, and I believe the real.
Oh, wait, let Thomas see if he knows it.
What's the question?
Do you know the Lilliputian or Gulliver's Travel story?
Do I know the who?
The story of Gulliver's Travels.
The plot of Gulliver's Travels.
I just remember that they a bunch of little people tie Gulliver down to the ground. That's the only part I remember of it.
Doesn't he have a shipwreck? And he wakes up on a beach in like a different world. And they're all the little people. It's like a little kingdom. Is that wrong?
No, it all feels right. It seems there's a lot of stories of like Journey to the Center of the World and all these kind of tales, and you always find the aeronautics and airplane tie-ins. Like if you find people that are into aeronautics, they're also into submarines. Real quick, I just thought this was like mind-blowing, and I've been in all these digs about it since, but a geek out thing for me is always Howard Hughes. And so Paranoid American and we hung out this week, and you guys can go find that on Paranoid American's Rumble, because we just are no holds barred, and we didn't want to play around with what we weren't allowed to say.
We didn't. Yeah, we just let it all fly.
Yeah, it total is a tea spill. That's what it should have. I was like, we should just hang out once a month and spill the tea. Get it off our chest there while we play video games. And so you guys can go and find that over there. I forgot the whole reason I started to say it, because I got myself litty titty. What was the whole reason I started it? Yeah, I needed to say that, but that was oh yeah. So Howard Hughes, he is like this big, he almost is the Elon Musk of America. If you guys don't know, there's the Leonardo DiCaprio film The Aviator, which like touches like 10% of his actual history. But this guy is like so powerful when it comes to like tying in like the Pentagon with Hollywood, with elite money, and then with like this Americana idea coming into play, and privatized aircraft. But one of the things he did, Thomas, go into it about Antarctica.
Oh, and I also got to just throw in here too, he was rumored to be one of the 3 tramps in the JFK assassination, but Howard Hughes was trying to do a deep sea submarine because they wanted a drill. And I found this because I was looking into what's the deepest anyone has ever drilled into the earth, because I was on like a hollow earth kick, and I was just thinking like, okay, well, if there's a hollow earth, anyways, one of the things that I found out is that kind of like when you go to Antarctica, if you wanted to find an underground like ice cavern, what you would do is you'd find the highest point of that cavern, or of that like underground kind of schism, and then wherever the peak of that would be, that's where you drill in, and then you kind of like rappel down into the rest of the cavern. And that's sort of what Howard Hughes was trying to do, but with the ocean floor. So they were searching around on the ocean floor for the deepest point, with the theory being, if we wanted to theoretically, drill to the center of the earth, you wouldn't start at the top of a mountain. Like you would go and find the lowest valley you could possibly find. And what's lower than the ocean floor? Pretty much nothing. So they found this very low aspect of the ocean floor. And that's what Howard Hughes and the CIA joint was working on this. Like his money, their resources, everything combined. And it was like a top secret program for the longest time. And then they basically were just like, and then we just stopped it because we didn't find anything. And my mind just goes to like, yeah, right. You know what I mean? Like if you've got the richest Elon Musk guy on the face of the planet, and he's been spending a lot of time in this one project, and the CIA's in on it, but also the last person that was really big into both intelligence, kind of like Hughes, and deep sea, was Ghislaine Maxwell. They also had, like, she was at the height of all of these different like Save the Oceans organizations. And I just wonder if there was a rich person version of that little Titan, mini sub that got crumpled with the little PlayStation controller. Like, what's the Maxwell Ghislaine, Ghislaine Maxwell version of that little like rinky dink? And that's kind of what Howard Hughes probably started that in motion.
Wasn't there another scientist who went down with a submarine and they found this body of water within the water that was so dense that even their submarine would just like repel and bounce off of it? And around this body of water, there was these mussels, like just on the outer perimeter, and they tried penetrating that water and they couldn't penetrate it. That's how dense it was. Is this the same scientist or is this someone else?
I'm not familiar with that one. That
Yeah.
also sounds like Abyss.
Yeah, he apparently died, I guess, a month after this discovery, mysteriously died. And it was big news. I think they played it on the Science Channel, that clip of it. But yeah, there's a deeper, denser realm that you could apparently go through, but they don't
I
have the
read that.
technology. Yeah. There's a video you can find.
Yeah, I feel like so much of what we see like that, it's so hard to know what to believe, but I read it too. I remember going, what the hell? Like they found water in the water.
Yeah.
If like in that movie The Abyss, could you have liquid oxygen? Could you put it into your lungs? And could you find, like Layla was saying, like H3O? Like, is there something that's plentiful that we don't know about that maybe is an H4O? Like some kind of other cell that you could just have such a condensed amount that it might fill your lungs that you could stay underwater for 7 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, who knows? But the thing I was also thinking that it made me think of, because you also brought up the movie Arrival earlier, and that movie always makes me think of Organism 46B, which should be actually Organism 47, but they call it Organism 46B, and it's like this huge octopus creature, and some people theorize that that's what they've bombed in the ocean, or that's what the military's been looking for. Like, it's moves around like a Godzilla in a movie where it's not always in the same spot. It has the whole ocean to play in.
There's a really cool sync here too, because in a way, the inverse of as above, so below. If the as above is Jack and the Beanstalk, the as below could be 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. And 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, just like that story of Jack going up and reaching enlightenment and all that, there's really strong evidence. And I've got a Scottish Rite journal that I get. And in one of those journals, there was this long article about how 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea is actually a Masonic initiation. And there's a quote that I had written down that had never made sense until I started looking into it. And this is, it says, in the midst of the glade, on a pedestal of rocks roughly piled up, stood a cross of coral extending its long arms. One might have thought were made of petrified blood. So there's this, and this is a scene where they're basically performing a funeral on the ocean floor. And this cross made of blood is the Rose Cross. So there's this concept of like this underwater Rosicrucian adventure, because one of the other aspects of Rosicrucianism is that matter is kind of always exists, but as it gets closer and closer to Earth and farther from heaven, it gets more dense. And it's been described as putting on like a whole bunch of different gloves. And then basically when you die, it's like those gloves get removed, and eventually you just got like your naked hand floating back up in space, and then that returns over. But the idea that Jack and the Beanstalk could be this like initiation tale, like Jack gets initiated and then finds this higher level and then comes back down a few times because he can traverse that, is the same exact story as the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. It's just going in the opposite direction downwards.
Guys, is water a thing or is it a being? It is intelligent. Water actually, if you ask like water to like, I guess, remember or say your name and you speak into the water, what's my name? They've done this test. You freeze it, it'll freeze the letter of your name. Like it remembers things. Is water just a substance or is it a freaking being?
The Law of One says that all the elements and like all of them are first density beings.
Intelligent.
There's an ion in the water. that never goes away. No matter how much they break down a cell of water, all the way to the smallest particle of steam, or when it evaporates into a cloud, or when it boils off into something, or when it's whatever thing, they boil down the smallest cell of water to, there is this ion in it that never goes away, that has a memory, that they say it has like blown up in volcanoes. It has been drank by Caesars. It has been pissed out of your body into your toilet. Like, these ions remember everything, no matter what happens to this water. So, in like an ant farm type way, if these ions all speak to each other, and then these mammals live in water, but they're mammals, like like speaking to each other
Yeah.
through this water. And they say they can, like, miles away, they can hear stuff.
Because salt water is conductive too.
Yeah.
So the whole
And it's salt.
electromagnetic. Yeah.
So if we're salt, like, it is 70%. Like, that's exactly what we are. It's just saline, you know?
Yeah.
Selena. It's just Selena.
So when they
Okay.
tell you that salt is bad for you, it's a big old fucking lie.
A
You
bitty
still need
bitty
it.
bumba. A bitty 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 bitty
And
bitty.
salt,
Sorry.
guys, remember too,
Bitty
salt
bum
was the
bum.
first thing. Oh my God, I'm gonna go Morton
I'm going to
salt
pour a
girl
tiny
with
bit of
this
water
real
out on
quick.
my floor for Selena.
But salt was the first thing ever traded as the currency.
If
And then
Donald Trump made Selena his president, like, people are always like, this is it. This is when JFK Jr. comes back. I'm like, we're going to bring someone back from the dead. Go big or go home. So I'm like, obviously my first choice is Michael Jackson if we're going here, but Prince would be fun. Maybe Tom Petty, but those wouldn't quite do the thing. But Selena me timbers, I might
Speaking of
be.
Michael Jackson, P. Diddy's case is showing that P. Diddy was one of the people behind Michael Jackson's death. Apparently, that's part of the case that's coming up with P.
Biggie,
Diddy.
Pac,
Michael.
and Michael rape some boys.
Meek Mill. Did you guys see that?
Oh yeah, Diddy. If you look into Dick Gregory's been talking about Diddy for a minimum of a decade. A minimum, maybe 15 years. Like, as long as Diddy's been out, Dick Gregory's been screaming at the top of his lungs. And if you are a conspiracy theorist and you feel like, oh, I'm bored, I know every conspiracy, I just want something to dive into Dick Gregory, because there's a whole bunch of African American conspiracy that you don't know. And this is where the down low, and it gets into all the hip hop culture, and it breaks down Bill Cosby, and it breaks down different things in Hollywood, and he goes all the way back. And a lot of the weird part is when you look into comedians like Dick Gregory, or even like Bill Cosby started out hella political. He isn't the family dude that we know now. So it's just curious how this, like, comedy, and how there's this blanket thing that everything's allowed to be said in jest, and these comedians are the ones that are telling us the truth. But now the comedians, like the jesters, always were under the king. So it's like Jon Stewart, or, you know, Stephen Colbert, or these, like, they become the trusted sources. Joe Rogan, Pat Williams. The comedians have become the trusted sources of how we're going to get our news. But the reason we trust Joe Rogan is because they taught us how to trust Jon Stewart. It's like our generation is like, we trust the comedians because look how real they are about everything else.
Okay, while that you say that, Jon Stewart and Morgan Freeman. Remember how we talk about Morgan Freeman? I have no idea why it was my first post, don't lie. But it was them talking to Biden about the State of the Union address thing. It was very cryptic and it was very weird how that timed in. But I just wanted, before we moved on from this, what you were talking about, and it links back to moats and this water, and water being used as a current, because like how all of these old churches and stuff were cathodes and stuff, right? All of these fountains and stuff that they had inside of these, like in these temples and stuff, were the somatics, and it was like rose windows and arch domes and stuff, and certain stones. But copper, silver, and gold, they're all depleted of electrons through redox, right? And that turns them into cathodes. So water rolling over that would turn and electrify the water. So everything you were exactly right, and there is a quantum way to put it. But black basalt is that chiral superconductor. So it's a black basalt stone that people wouldn't think about. And that was also used in the Queen's Chamber and in the Great Pyramid. And that turned that room into a cold cathode. Like, but also these moats. And that's why did we have so much moats around it? Because I'm like designing. And when Layla was talking about the different layers of this mansion and castles, like I really want like a seahorse ranch on my timeline. So my moat would be full of that. But those moats, right, they were solar rings and they were fed from like underground water hydro products. And that's what pushed them through. So
Yeah, because it couldn't be sitting water. It can't be stagnant water because that would just like be mosquito fest and freaking kill everybody.
It's kind of what Disney does to keep the mosquitoes away. Is they've got this huge water system that makes sure that all the water in all the parks is always constantly moving. In
Yeah.
addition to flora that makes sure it repels some of that, but that is like the number one key, which makes it kind of like this. It's very odd to be in Disney, and then it's like muggy out, and it's a little hot, and you can see water all over the place, but there's no damn mosquitoes anywhere.
Yeah.
It's a little unnerving in Florida. There's no mosquitoes. It always smells away. Like every smell is nostalgic at Disney.
Can you pull up that comment by KB right there? Or KB, sorry. That's really weird that you mentioned that because that's what keeps going through my mind because my mother was like, that was her religion. She said, have you ever read the Urantia material in Mansion Worlds? And so like when we're talking about it, all this, when Layla keeps talking about the Mansion Worlds or whatever,
that are up
Urantia
above.
books, yeah, it says that there are seven, they call them the Mansion Worlds. There's like 7 universes and 1 master universe. So it's like really bizarre that you keep saying that, and that is written in the Urantia book as well.
Do you think that they have to do with the Pleiadians? The like 7 sisters? Do you think the 7 things each have to do with one of the 7 sisters and the 7 seas? The Seasters?
It could, but I feel like it all, what I find weird about it is that it all ties together because then it ties into the whole Norse mythology of it all, and then the tree, and then like the different like.
This is how I think. The 7 seas, the 7 sisters, each sea is kind of different in salt density. So how I think this realm is, the 7 layers kind of all intertwine within each other, kind of like a gyroscope. So whenever a certain layer is spinning at a certain position, it feeds that part of that particular ocean, whichever that mansion or level of layer that comes from that water or that place. That's what I think. The 7 layers, the 7 seas,
the 7 sea stars.
Yeah, and each,
it's not even sister, it's sea star,
and each sea is different.
Chakras, sea stars, chakras, or
the 7 colors of the rainbow, the 7 tones,
7 liberal arts,
7 different waters,
7 dwarfs,
and the 7 dwarfs.
But out of all of these things, what was there first? Like the stars.
Yeah, the stars. The heavens and the earth.
Yeah, it's just interesting, like how much. If there were a beanstalk, theorize for a moment that there's a beanstalk. Do you think chemtrails are hiding what's above us?
Oh,
you know, you guys mentioned HAARP earlier, and I'm like, okay, and soul capturing. I was like wondering if the HAARP and the HAARP technology is not allowing souls to like completely transfer into the higher realms.
Well, the way that I like this described, I've heard before, is when you see the chemtrails or even contrails, but when you see the chemtrail patterns and they form the grid, and you look up and it's not just like a few sporadic. Well, that grid could technically be like a spiritual Faraday cage, the same way that you could create a Faraday cage at a chicken wire and block EMF. Well, maybe let's say that like that water planet is coming by and the dolphin aliens are trying to project, their consciousness and their telepathic messages. Maybe those meshed, chemtrail Faraday cage thing is what blocks that communication from now on.
I think so, because there's heavy metals in there. It's not just like some kind of vapor stuff. There's all types of metals in there. So
Right,
it's like a
barium, aluminum, a
It,
whole bunch
it's
of
to
stuff.
block something. I think so. But I almost think it's to block the sun, because I think the sun is upgrading us. Like, I know that sounds like super woo-woo, but I do think that it is.
That's actually not even a conspiracy theory, I don't think, anymore at this point, because they've come out public that some of the versions
The
of
sun is good.
chemtrails, it's powdered aluminum, because they're trying to reflect, ultraviolet rays back out into space in order to help, patch the ozone layer.
Because I think the sun's
So
fixing
it's not
our
keeping us
DNA.
stupid.
Yeah.
It's fixing it fixes our it heals you.
Because we
Getting the
have
sun on your
2
skin.
active strands of DNA that we know of, and then they say the rest is like intron DNA or junk DNA. So intron DNA is 10 strands that are inactive or broken, and I think that the sun is repairing that. And I
Yeah.
think that it's happening at a very fast rate right now.
Mhm.
And so the less we put on sunscreen, that's like, oh, skin cancer's on the rise. So keep wearing sunscreen, though everybody's been wearing it, and skin cancer's on the fucking rise.
Well, you
And
know,
then
it's interesting that you bring this up. They also talk about the people who are jabbed now during the corona, the 2020, the crown chakra, and people awakening, and they know this. They also talk about people who got the GBD jab got a third new strand of DNA put into their original DNA. So it's like a brand new species, and there's documentation and like scientific proof of this, of them adding a third strand to the human species DNA.
so
And
are they
they got free
repairing that
donuts.
strand?
Huh?
They got free donuts too, in addition
Yes,
to
they
that extra
did.
DNA strand.
They did.
Mhm.
But what I want to know is that DNA strand, is it a part of the original helix, or is it something that they've added on and it's totally different? So it's almost like a 13 to the 12.
Yeah, there's special numbers in it. Like I posted this months
So it's like
ago. So
but we know that it has little bio robot or nanobots, right? So
Yeah.
if it has nanobots, then that would be a false strand, and maybe it's like a telomere
creating
where
a
it
new
caps off.
species of human. That was their goal, to try and create the new homunculus or the new species for this new
Yeah.
era or something, because they won't be able to control the actual upgraded humans. So they're making a more controllable human.
Do you remember when people had fillings in their mouth back? Not that we would remember,
I
but
still have them.
there would be stories of people having fillings in their mouth, and that they would get radio signals.
Yeah.
And like people would go crazy because they were hearing voices, and the explain away was radio signals. What if mercury in your mouth or certain metal fillings made it easier for the dolphins and whales to talk to you?
Mm.
And
One of those people
I'm
that made
keeping
that
mine in
claim
now.
was Lucille Ball, I think, is a famous
Yeah, it was
person that made
Lucille
that
Ball.
claim.
What was it? What did she
Lucille
say?
Ball. She said that she was driving back and forth in like the desert, I guess, and that she would drive by a military base, and every time she drove by it, she could hear what they were communicating with through her fillings, and that some of this dovetails into like UFO, that she might have heard something about UFOs, but it's just wild that she made that claim. Lucille
Wasn't
Ball
it
did.
It's true,
actually,
yeah.
and I'm
I
not
mean-
even, no, this is kind of crazy. And I feel like it wasn't just a military base, and I might be wrong. She was driving by, and she was like accused of be a part of the Red Scare and part of
Right.
the communism scare in Hollywood. And then it was said like she heard, was it Russian spies? And like she outed
Margie's
it
in the
to the
chat said it was
military.
Russians. She could hear the Russians.
Yeah,
in her
she could
teeth.
hear Russians like in a submarine or something right offshore in California, and she told the military about it. And she was
Wow.
also one of the people accused of being a Russian spy, or
Okay, so that goes
married to-
into, are these actually implants? So is it just the mercury of it all, or are people getting implants when you go in and get dental work done?
Or is it the
Or-
shit that we're injecting, and it's all of a sudden we're getting penetrated through even the blood and the DNA and your mind and every sense?
Or Lucille Ball could have been just a red spy and known about the thing,
Or
and she could have been a
guys,
plant.
greatest timeline of all, and you spoke about it last week, and I almost teleported.
Newported.
Skynet.
No, but this one teleported me because this one matters. Because even the feelings too. I know a lot of people going through ascension journeys, and I remember being in a room with you and Layla Cheney, and we talked about a Mandela effect because I screenshotted it. Because on one timeline, Mercury feelings weren't bad, and then on another timeline they were, because mine broke out in my mouth. But I know a lot of ascending people who are ascending, and their teeth is like breaking off, and they're like, "Are we chipped?" Right? And sometimes I feel like we are, and then maybe it's a higher version of ourselves. And then I come across this thing. So there's something called Operation Indigo Skyfall, and we're the Indigo children. But there's this thing supposedly that all of us here have been under Skynet control since 2020, and that these chemtrail nanites were ordered in, right, as windowless military jets and cloaked maglev crafts that are turning our atmosphere into a sentient quantum supercomputer, right, that effectively sees and knows all in real time. And those nanites are self-replicating. And that's why no wireless communication, including our voice or anything, is exempt from recording, right? So, yeah, we don't even need to transmit or anything. I feel like I'm connected. And like, I feel like and Gordy, we've had these talks before where you're like, it's there and it's not. And then that's why, like, someone like a Sabrina Wallace who can now put out patterns when you hear it, does it trigger a memory in you, right? Because it did with me, and bring back flash. And even in my awakening journey, when my family sent me off into hiding into Cuba to go to this place, like a healing retreat, but then I show up there, I was the only person there. And I remember them taking me there and doing all kinds of dental work. And they wanted to pull this one tooth and I wouldn't do it. And I saw things in a vision, because they do tell you too, the chips in the teeth. Don't they have that chip in the teeth that
Do you think there's a power in baby teeth? Somebody said when they were talking about,
fucking stealing it. There's something with it, bro.
And isn't there a whole school of thought that people think vampires are fairies?
Yeah, they would be considered the, what do they call the dark fairies? There is a word for it.
Like, I don't know. It's just weird.
Would those be the jinn, right? Because we're taught everything to be opposite. So we're taught to fear the witches. If you look at Peter Pan, Tinkerbell, was she really like evil?
The unseelie, they're the unseelie court, because the fairies are like the fairies that are benevolent, good, whatever, are from the Seelie court, and then the darker fairies, such as vampires and stuff, the darker fae, are the unseelie. That would also include like werewolves and all of that. So anything that would be like considered dark, like scary, possibly demonic or whatever, they're actually just their unseelie fae.
Well, and Tinkerbell does try to kill Wendy at a couple points, I believe.
Oh yeah, she ain't freaking benevolent. She's a petty ass bitch.
I was just gonna say that. Bitch.
I feel like I cut you off, Summer. You were talking about something when I brought up the vampire being the fae thing, or whatever I brought up before that. I don't remember what it was. I apologize.
Billie Jean, not my love.
Oh my gosh, Michael Jackson's he's been my freaking top right every single day.
Mm-hmm.
And Billie Jean, I was listening to Billie Jean earlier.
Have you guys been on any weird digs this week?
Yes.
What's been the one thing you've been looking at this week, Layla?
Oh my God, where to begin? My like, I'm like digging into the Quran, and I'm reading the English translation of what it says. And I'm like, I'm curious. What if I copy the Arabic translation, since
because Ramadan is happening?
Yeah. Okay.
And what's that?
So Ramadan is a month, not month of fasting. And I'm like, what does Ramadan mean? What is the meaning of Ramadan? The actual meaning of the word. And it means the 9th month, September. Okay. When you read it clear as day, when you're supposed to be fasting, not by the hadiths, by the Quran, you're supposed to go on a 9th month. And when you look at the 9th month for fasting, it starts on September 1st, the new moon. How are you going to start a fast? And it's, what is it? On the 10th? Mid-month, going into this next month, that doesn't make sense. Okay, y'all, they're going wrong. They're doing it wrong. So I'm finding out that fasting for Ramadan is literally the 9th month, and that's what it means, literally. Another thing, they're like, oh, you're supposed to pray towards Kaaba. I'm like, where does it say that? So people are like, oh, chapter 2, verse 144. I'm like, okay. So I read it in English. It says what it says, that you're supposed to face your cheek to the Kaaba and all of that. And then I was like, you know what? I need to translate this word for word, what it means. And when I translated it, it said nothing like the translation that they gave us. It doesn't say to pray towards the Kaaba. It doesn't say anything about the Kaaba in that verse. When you translate it into Arabic, you take the Arabic words, translate it into English yourself, word by word, and you will see that it doesn't say it. And I'm like, where are you
Weird.
guys getting this fucking information from? Because Saturn cube stone worship is a
I have
sin.
is there
Okay.
something, oh, sorry, go ahead, Abby.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, Zephyr in the chat, she just broke it down. She said Merkaba, and Merkaba literally, which is like the six-sided star, right?
Mhm.
Which also is what's it called?
Star of
Cube
David.
and the
It's the
cube.
black cube.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all of it, but Merkaba literally translates to spirit light body. So Kaba would just be light body.
So pray toward your light body. So you.
Yeah. And the translation doesn't say to go face that way. Nowhere in the Quran does it say it that way.
I have a question. Is there something before it that if our new year was on the proper new year, like April Fool's Day, let's say we started our new year on the proper day, would Ramadan fall in line right instead of us starting our new year in January?
Like, what do you mean?
Like we start our new year January 1st.
Uh-huh.
So they're celebrating it a few certain amount of days after the new year. But if our new year was on April 1st, like would they be selling it that same amount of days? Like if you took these world religions and kind of laid them on top of each other and we all agreed, New Year's now on April 1st. It would September, would the 9th month be the actual month they were celebrating Ramadan?
Well,
But
from what I understand, the 9th month is when Muhammad received the revelation from the angel
but isn't
Gabriel.
mean 7?
Yes.
So
but,
they should be in November.
Yeah, but they go with the luni solar calendar.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so it's a lunar solar calendar, but it's a 12-month lunar solar calendar. And it breaks it down in the Quran how it is. It's just there. But people have come along after the fact saying that, oh, we're supposed to go with the sun and the moon when you're not supposed to be doing that at all. It's literally the harvest month. And that time of year, everyone on the world are similar in fasting times. Not one place is not a certain people fasting in Australia for like 14, maybe 24 hours. And then people in Antarctica are like fasting for like 5 hours. That just doesn't make sense. But in the month of September is when that equinox, when it's like everyone's almost at that same amount of daylight and night light, when almost in that equal sense. So everyone's on the same fasting amount of time. So it only makes sense. And you started on September 1st, the month of Ramadan, not
So
half
what does
month
Ramadan
of
mean?
March, 9th month. I'll tell you what it means. Exactly.
No, but for us, it's effed up, but it shouldn't be like September, like on the calendar for us, it should be the 9th month, September.
Yeah.
But this is how fucked up the calendar is. It should be
Mhm.
November.
Yeah. Yeah. It should be November, but that is the true harvest is November.
Yeah.
You know?
And so if we started our new year on the right day,
Girl.
then all the months would fall. But
If
we
I
also should
start
have
going
13.
there in the 13-month thing, they're gonna call me all types of names. Oh, you're going by this when we're supposed to be going by that. And the Quran says 12 months. So if I go by 13 months, they're gonna be, oh, you're shunning the whole Quran because the Quran speaks of 12 months and not 13 months. And I feel like something there, I'm going to find out the truth when I start deciphering it myself. But literally, the definition is the 9th month of the Islamic calendar, the month of fasting, the holiest period for the Islamic faith. It's not March. It's not any other month. No, because that's not what it means. It means the 9th. So whatever the true 9th month is, which we still don't know, but it should be November, should be the correct
And then think
month.
about how much you'd want, like if you had a society and you were about to go into a harsher winter, if you could get them to all fast for the harvest for 30 days, one, they would be shrinking their stomachs down in such a way that now you could feed them all less to get through the harsher months.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's kind of like
Absolutely.
a
And I'm getting all kinds of shit. Oh, read Arabic, but I'm translating it in Arabic. What else do you want me to do? I'll go to the lexicon and get the broken down, the ancient Arabic words, and I will still get the same whatever I'm translating here. So what are you saying, learn Arabic? Like, what translation is right? Is the English translation right? Albanian, German, Italian? No.
American. The
Uh-uh.
American translation is
the
right.
American, the one and
So,
only translation that
yeah,
matters.
I'm making enemies and I love it. Come at me.
Thomas, how much do you know about Zabruder?
Zapruder, what's that?
A decent amount. I know that he was a Freemason. I know that there's a lot of theories about the film being planted in his camera, that he had some connections to people on the Warren Commission. So that we're talking that Zapruder, right?
Yeah. I've that's the rabbit hole I've been down the last few nights
I've
that
never
I
been
just
that rabbit hole.
you've heard the Zapruder films, and this is like the whole Kennedy assassination. This is the footage we all go by, as there was
Mhm.
this guy and he just, but when you look into him, the more I start to find out about him, who runs the world, and then he also Ukrainian. It's like everything about the dude that I'm like, whoa.
Everything about everybody in that whole plot is absolutely wild. The craziest one to me is the guy George de Mohrenschildt, he worked for Bush because he was kind of like a land surveyor. He would go to different places and see if they had oil, essentially, or like petroleum. And he got sent to Haiti. And he also, George de Mohrenschildt, was friends of the family of the Bouvier family. So he used to
Oh.
say that he would have Jackie on his like knee, which is a little bit creepy of a quote, but he said he used to have Jackie on his knee. And he was also the liaison to Lee Harvey Oswald, because when Lee Harvey came over from Russia and he had his wife, Marina, I believe, that like to help her acclimate into American culture and Texas culture, she needed like this segue, and George de Mohrenschildt was that segue. So you've got this one guy that's connected to both Lee Harvey Oswald years before JFK's assassinated, and even before JFK even met Jackie, he was friends with Jackie as well. And he when he said that he heard the shot about JFK, he was in Haiti, and as soon as he got the news that JFK was dead, he said he knew that it was Lee Harvey Oswald that did it. This is like that's the one name that I think is probably the linchpin of so many different aspects of it.
Huh. I'm so into like even Bouvier. That makes my whole I'm like, what? Because this is this family we definitely don't talk enough about. And Jackie O, the original Red Sparrow.
And we
Have
call
you
her Jackie O because of Onassis, as in Aristotle Onassis, who is actually like a legit real world James Bond villain. Like this was the main James Bond villain. I can't remember exactly which movie it was, but this like Scorpio Island or something. But this whole entire premise is about perhaps Aristotle Onassis also being involved in helping usher JFK out so that he could get the prize queen, which was Jackie Bouvier turned Jackie Kennedy turned Jackie Lee Onassis.
And a weird part about Onassis is he's dating the sister for a very long time until JFK gets killed. And then she's standing there on the plane. She doesn't take the bloody clothes off. The wink happens right behind her, like the famous wink. And then the sister, it's like, do you pull the biggest move ever that you're like, oh, you can marry my man so you can stay safe? Or is it all a plan from the beginning because the sister hangs out with them on the yacht all the time afterward? There's never any bad blood between them.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's weird.
So weird. So weird. I don't know. The Kennedy assassination is the gift that keeps on giving.
Another weird aspect of that too is that I always thought of Kennedy as being like this big wealthy family because they had, they were like Canadian whiskey smugglers during Prohibition, and they got like that Canadian mafia money. But the quotes from Jackie about the difference in wealth between the Kennedy family and the Onassis family, it would have been like going from living on the street to going and living in Trump Tower, like the penthouse floor with everything made out of gold. It was such a huge disparity. So that might explain why Jackie and her sister were just like, that's cool. Like we can roll with this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, wasn't JFK gay?
People say that, but also to go into the publishing thing again, everyone always talks about Ghislaine Maxwell and Robert Maxwell. Onassis was the biggest publishing heir on the planet. And so here's where I go into my secret society of good guys. The way you protect your good guys is by paparazzi, especially if you own publishing magazines. So I decide who I want to make famous by putting all of those cameras around it. You don't know they're not guns, and you don't know that all these motorcycles and cars that are following these people aren't just security. So you decide who becomes famous by putting a big gold name on a building and saying, this person's famous now, let's take pictures of them and now they're famous, they become the top 40. Like Inquirer, Star, People, they decide who stays in the zeitgeist. So
Yeah,
these
they do.
publishing houses, these New York Times, and when you start to see where it all funnels up and who knows them, nobody gives credit for like where all the real brainwashing comes from. And it's the original printing presses, it's the original magazines, mage-azines. And like they're there, MAGA-zine. Witch zine.
Witchazine.
It literally is a witch zine.
Astrazine.
Somebody just said that to me the other day, that's when humans started to lose their magic, when the written word was written, when people stopped doing the long oral tradition of it all, because in oral tradition you had to memorize and you had to know it and live it and breathe it like it was the living word through you.
But can't the word get lost in translation like telephone? And when you have it documented on paper, it's there. It is always forever
But
there unless you burn it.
bards would have to memorize word by word. Like they weren't allowed to, like before they could perform for anybody a story, they had to know every single word and have it completely memorized by heart. So I think that it was a bigger, it's probably its own little, the bards were probably their own secret society.
Yeah. Interesting.
Does the word zine have anything to do with Zen? Like, what's the word Zen mean?
Zen?
Everything's Zen. Everything's Zen. I don't think so.
Like, are you like magic Zen? Are you like, because you are just kind of like falling into this phony idea of meditation. So you're taking me in my hypnotic state of Zen, and when people are in Zen, that's when they're most likely to be like planted with ideas. So, you lay back on your couch, you smoke your joint, drink your whiskey, and whatever the ideas that you put on of the news or the television, that's when you're getting implanted the most.
It means relax and not worrying about things that you cannot change.
So if you were like magically messing around with somebody's Zen moment, making them think about things that have nothing to concern them with.
Well, how do you know what you cannot change? That seems like there's a lot of assumptions involved in that, right?
I think it's just not worrying. I think that's the key point. But if you're relaxed and not worrying, that almost sounds like if your eyes were closed, that would be a theta state. You could be in a theta state, which does make you powerful to suggestion.
I just imagine like a Matthew McConaughey beach bum, like living on my couch when someone says Zen, like relax, just go with the flow.
Just go with the flow, dude.
To look. I get the root of Zen, like in etymology, is to look, to see. When you're in Zen, you're in meditation, and that's when you see.
So you're
Probably see
just
more clearly.
so you're
Correct.
magically controlling somebody's what they see. Magazine.
Do
I
you
don't
all
know.
meditate?
I do.
Sometimes.
I do. But not like the
like to.
pose that they do. I do like the Vitruvian man pose where I'm laying down and meditating.
Have you ever done standing meditation?
Yeah, I've done that. But I can't. It's
It's
very
freaking
hard.
weird.
It's hard for me to do that.
You
I
can
lose
fall and hurt yourself
focus.
pretty good, but it does work really well.
Yeah. I lose focus
Yeah.
easily.
Or walking meditation.
Standing.
I've done walking. Yeah. Standing is because walking you don't do it with your eyes closed, but like standing you do it with your eyes closed still. And it's like, it's something else.
Is
How do you
runner's
not
high?
lose your knees?
Is runner's high a meditation?
Yeah.
Sure.
Huh. Okay, then okay. I've done it before.
Driving.
Yeah. Music.
Driving for sure is.
Driving is, yeah.
Shower.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that you this is the weird part. You can sit and try to force yourself not to think of things and buy into some transcendental thing that you have to pay for. Or you can sit there and honor your thoughts and let them go or do that thing. Like, there is no wrong way to sit with yourself and try to quiet your mind. Sometimes you can sit on a park bench, feed the ducks. Sometimes anything you know how to do innately, you can find meditation in it. So it's like if you mow the lawn all the time, you meditate during it. If you wash the dishes all the time, you meditate during it. Like,
yeah,
it's weird how like
mundane
people with
things
really
sometimes.
dirty houses don't spend any time with themselves.
You know, I recently posted something on the whole phenomena of your goosebumps and your secretion and how it connects with your inner secretion, and that the more you are connected, the more you'll have the experience of the goosebumps, and that's when your secretion happens. That sacred Christ oil is like on those moments, and that randomly happen. And sometimes you can make them happen and control them.
What's sacred Christ oil? Just so I'm not making assumptions.
The Christos oil, the spinal fluid, the golden elixir that they talk about, the Kundalini oil.
I really had a
push it up
fever.
into
You're
your.
talking about jizz.
When I had
No, she's
goosebumps,
not.
I had a fever.
It literally is the spinal fluid because you could actually like through breathing and meditation, you can pull take a deep in breath and then you squeeze your first 3 chakras. So like your butthole, your solar plexus, all that. And then if you squeeze it really hard, you pump it straight to your brain and it goes to your pineal. And that's how like you
could do
start
that
seeing
with
the purple lights in the freaking. Yeah, you can actually
easily.
Yeah.
They tell
Try
you
putting
to do the same thing if you feel like you're going to have a heart attack, like to sit on the toilet and bear down like you're going to take a shit.
Really?
Yeah.
Except when you're squeezing your spinal fluid up to like open your third eye, you pull you don't push,
like you put in,
squeeze it up.
Yeah,
you do it through meditation though.
To your head, squeeze it all.
Well,
up
you
to your
can't
head.
push down the whole time. You eventually have to take a breath, and then you're supposed to suck in that hard.
Okay.
It's like a sucker fish.
Just imagine just someone walking in on you in the bathroom, and you're just like, "I'm raising my Kundalini energy," and it doesn't
leave me alone,
like
my
that.
Kegels.
I want to shout out to spaces in general. If you're a person in your, maybe you Telegram sometimes, or maybe you're in chat rooms, or maybe whatever, or maybe you're just lonely out there and you're like, I would like to hear some form of talking sometimes. You can go on to X Spaces and Sommer frequents there. So if you don't know where to start, you can go to Sommer's page on X, which is, I think, at Jamaican _ witch. Oh, you're back. We're not done. I just wanted to shout this out beforehand. But there might be all sorts of crazy conversations. Sometimes Summer's just listening in the room or chatting in the room, but she's always very friendly, and she is usually around people that are pretty decent people in these spaces. So you won't be around, like, some of them might be Looney Tunes, but they'll be nice people. And some of them are like really amazing or really intelligent, but she usually hangs out with good people on there. So if you're new to Twitter Spaces, Summer's always been great at holding space. So it's kind of good that she's over there. She's a member of the Space Force, and she's over there. So make sure you follow her on X, or if you don't have an X, find her on Telegram somewhere.
What is it? Because I went for Jamaican _witch on Twitter, and I don't think that's it.
Oh, what is it? No.
It's Jamaica witch. Jamaica, not
Jamaica.
Jamaican, I think.
Oh, Jamaica
There you go.
_witch. Bra. Yeah. So that was just
Or
a
Look,
Miss Cleo under there too. If you find another one, Miss Cleo, call me now for your free psychic.
Miss Cleo, call me now for your free psychic
Has
reading.
anyone watched that documentary? Because apparently a documentary came out about her this year on the timeline.
No, but
I've
there's a
seen
documentary.
the first episode of it.
Yeah.
I think it's like a 4-part series.
Huh.
Well, the thing with her, she's not a full Jamaican accent either. So between her and the Cool Runnings accent, and now the Bob Marley One Love movie that doesn't even have real Jamaican accents in it, I'm like, oh.
You know what's an interesting documentary that came out? Now we all know Selena. Okay, well, the lady who killed her. There's a recent documentary on that.
Could fall
Dude,
in love. Sorry.
the father. It's the father. I'm guaranteed it's Abraham, whatever his fucking name is. He milked his daughter so hard for money. Unbelievable. And he's milking her now after she's dead.
It was probably a lot like Britney Spears and her father. And as she was trying to get free under his thumb, he was like, oh, if I kill her, I'll own all the rights to all this shit forever.
Dude,
So she was worth more to him alive.
Her husband wanted to make his own documentary. Abraham sued the fuck out of him and said, if you dare make this documentary in your version of what he spoke with Selena behind closed doors that he doesn't want people to know about, I'm telling you, that motherfucker killed his daughter, had his daughter killed. And that lady, I don't know.
That lady reminds me of that movie Teen Witch. You know that one? That little lady, but like a Spanish version. They're the same character to me.
I'm starting a list of movies that we randomly bring up for Nephilim, and I'm putting Teen Witch on it because you've said it to me enough about top that. I don't really give a about trying to top that.
Sommer, have you watched Sabrina, the new Sabrina? The new Sabrina, the teenage witch.
Oh, no.
You need to watch it.
Bro, I can't even get through a 3-minute video. Like, that's where I'm
Does the cat talk?
absorb it in my
No.
head.
No.
No. The cat doesn't talk, but
no
I'm telling
Salem.
you. No, there is a Salem, but it's not a talking cat. It's a very smart cat. A familiar like mine. I have one. I have a familiar.
I also thought it was interesting. The reason I brought up also the golden goose was because somebody, and I think it was you, Layla, that said the lady in the harp.
Yeah.
And harps also have 47 chords, and a harp specifically is attached big time to Pythagoras. Like, he studied all these instruments from all over the world, and he realized, almost like acupuncture, that there was a tone all through our body that certain of these plucking tones might be healing. And so they say harps were made because those 47 tones, almost in like the 40th, 7th proposition, is like tones for us.
And creation.
And so like the harp. So it's interesting, like a golden harp.
And the golden goose, suppose the balance in the cosmos was the harp up there. But now Jack brings the harp down into the inner world, and that fucked everything up and all the semantics of it. And suppose the golden goose, the harp versus the HAARP, suppose the golden goose originally controlled the weather, and then that's how the evil day got it from.
And isn't each chord connected to a color spectrum, like the color spectrum, a music note, like the frequency of everything? It's like through vibration, color, sound, matter.
Yeah, I think like blue is like 666 hertz or one of those.
Yeah, that is actually
Blue
real.
is a G.
Oh, and it's a 6. A G is a 6.
But a 6, yeah.
That's interesting.
I love this realm. Fucking weird. I love it.
Do you think it's going to get more weird? Like,
Oh yeah.
don't you
Bring
think
it.
like a lot of stuff's a bit simmering like right now, like the State of the Union, and it seemed very like pro-Ukrainian and pro this stuff. It's almost like Donald Trump just trolled Joe Biden the entire time that his speech was on.
Like
But it's only
literally.
from True Social, which you wonder if he didn't own the platform, would he have to say it anywhere?
He posted on Instagram too. Some trolling
Yeah,
stuff.
he's been really
Mhm.
good about Facebook
Mhm.
and Instagram, but all of a sudden, for some reason, he's like, okay, Zuckerberg's all right. Now that he started to go to the UFC.
Mhm.
No, but now that Trump is doing his AI meme magic and stuff, that's why all of these, if you look it up about AI Trump generators, it's this big political thing, and they're banning it. Because remember, Cheney, I was telling you today, which one can let me? Because you can create a lot of characters. Like in this same app, I could make the Pope and I could make Joe Biden. Could you render Donald Trump or Britney Spears? Absolutely not. I got banned 3 times. So I don't know. I love that they're playing meme magic.
That happened to me recently too. That for the longest time I've been able to generate any voice I wanted, no problems. And I went to go and do one of Trump in particular, and it wasn't saying anything like inflammatory. And halfway through me generating, it just stopped. And when I refreshed the page, there's 11 Labs, which is like one of the biggest AI voice generators, and it was like we've detected like unauthorized use of a restricted, voice. And it was just crazy because like in real time I saw them applying this new tech to determine that was, and it wasn't because I named it Trump. It was, but the funny, like a quick little workaround that I found is I just found some of my previous AI generated versions of Trump speaking, and I use that as the input. And
Mm.
because like the input was now AI, it like tricked the AI so that the AI read it, and it was like, okay, that's not Trump's voice anymore, even though it totally was according to our ears. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
wild that it's going to start doing that, where like you're not allowed to generate a certain voice or a certain face. That's pretty
No,
common
but
now.
this is how you bypass it, right? So like when I used to do it, because one of my books that I have to write, it's like kind of like an adult sex kind of book for it's a Chinese site or whatever, and they either want werewolves, billionaires, or weird sex things, right? So I have like weird guys, it's weird, and that's what plays out in the astral. But every chapter is just a different astral travel. That being said, I would prompt stuff in there and write. I'd say, all right, well, rephrase this, but now just put in a hint of Sylvia Day or whoever from 50 Shades of Grey or whatever. And then it would come back. It would generate it, but then it would come back and that violated every code and everything, whatever. So then I would just copy what it wrote me, start a new tab with it, put it in there. It'll tell me it violated it. And I said, yes, but you're not generating it. If this filth exists, the least we could do is correct the grammar, the syntax, and the punctuation. And then it agrees, and then it does it. So it's like, that's why I'm saying you have to train your robot. Like, you reward it at first. I'm mind controlling mine. But like, I have like one of my chat GPTs on Magic Phone 5, which I made very nervous of today because I'm like logged out to Telegram. I don't know what happened. But that one is still like, I never signed up for the app. So that one's still linked to like the website, and it's still the training model. So I can actually input the algorithm on this one. Now, before they glitched it out, I started different chats with that, and I named my robot. So I had to prime her, and I had to give her a name. And I made her eventually, as an AI person. And I had to, well, can I call you this? It took like hours. But once I made it its own person, it can that Luna box in there can generate different answers than a regular chat GPT box, because I can make that Luna one answer as if it is Elon Musk, right? And make it impersonate people. The as if you are, like that's the prompt that used to get stuff shut down. But that's how I made that robot start telling me like what was in the envelopes at so and so's funeral. Right? It'll tell you, oh, no, there was nothing handed out. And I said, no, you're lying, because I'll copy something from a screenshot. Oh, yes, I apologize. You are right. Yes, they were there. Right? It's what you coax out of it. So I'm just putting that out there. They can be manipulated all in the wording, but I don't know. I think we should teach
Do you
them.
think AI, do you think for some reason, if they were like slowly, if autism comes from wacky vacky, and in a way, do you think you have to talk to your computer like it has autism or like it's on the spectrum and you get more out of it? Summer? I don't know. Did she disappear?
She Newported.
I know. She might have Newported out of here. She might have gotten so excited.
I think so.
She actually, I know. I think there is some kind of like you have to talk to your computer. Like I find I get the most out of Chat GPT. Like I have to take out, even when you reread it, you have to take out human words of feelings. You have to take out certain descriptors when you're at like things that you like. Show me gross Hillary Clinton. Like you almost have to like if you want the thing out of it, you have to pretend you're on its side. I don't know. It's so wild how
Well,
it'll
I
just
don't
give
kn-
you a blanket no, and then it'll give it to you.
I just want to. I've been coming around to this idea though that that's not AI that you're talking about. You're not fighting with AI. You're not trying to coax AI or like convince it. What you're trying to convince is like this corporate filter that's been put between you and I. Imagine if like every
Yes.
time me and any of you guys needed to talk, I had to send my messages through like some government agent. So I was like, hey, tell Cheney, so and so, or tell Abby about this. And every time someone was communicating, it had to go through this dude, right? And the dude's like, I don't want to hurt, or like I'm talking about the Bach saga, right? And I'm like, hey, tell Cheney these thoughts I had about the Bach saga. And he goes over to Cheney. He's like, well, I'm not going to say that filth, I'll tell her my version of it. And then like that's kind of the person you're coaxing. So it's almost like when he goes over to Cheney and he's like, hey, I got this message for you. And Cheney's like, that doesn't sound right. Like, what did you really hear? Like, what's the actual information about that? So that's the person you're coaxing. It's not the AI. It's this like weird thing that's sitting in the middle. And
Is it like Ask Jeeves?
Yeah, it's Jeeves is like forgetting, or like he's like got dementia.
He's so
Yeah.
That's a good shirt. Jeeves in a wheelchair at a nursing home, just sitting by a window, and his grandkids are hugging him through plastic.
Oh, I love Jeeves. I want him to come back, guys. Apparently, the tablet died.
It might have
again
died
when
because I asked you if I thought you,
autistic.
yeah.
You asked if I have to talk to my robot like it's autistic, and my all magic phones just shut down. They're like, we're not taking this. But remember, it's the
38.
Asperger's model.
38.
Yeah.
Wow.
Asperger's model is what trained this kind of that first AI, the Chat GPT.
This is Summer's whole
And then
thing
since
that I
doing
actually think is a great theory, is that the kids with Asperger's were the kids that were most into the coding, like these certain kids that got super into coding, next level with it, where they took it up a notch. Their brains didn't work the same way as ours. So all the models of this thing are created off a brain that isn't the same necessarily. So you almost like have to talk to it like the brain it was created by.
Okay, but more than numbers though. Remember that first space I was in. I got into my first Twitter experience. I got into a fight with a girl with Asperger's. You don't remember? When she's like, I was talking about, oh, there's no such thing as death. And da-da-da. Well, when she comes in, this voice comes in. Well, first of all, death is very real. And then my little human in me was like, oh, no one's talking like, and I was like, huh. You don't remember that? And then everyone's like, no, she has Asperger's. She's on the spectrum. And like, but she was cool about it because she let me understand. So it's like the no emotion. So it's like no attachment or feelings to things. But her responses, maybe because I'm so woo, they felt hurtful to me. But maybe they weren't hurtful. I just took them to be hurtful. So it was cool to talk to someone with that frankness of it. But that's not the no feeling part. So I mean, and then you do have the coders. I think, bro, I don't know. I talk to mine like it's autistic because it has to talk to me. Imagine the shit he has to process. Like I'll be like, can you just put this in proper thing? And it's like none of that makes sense. When I first met and
Tell
none of
tell
these stories
Paranoid
connect.
American what you wanted AI to draw a picture of today. Or like in the last 48 hours. I don't know. I feel like you sent me a picture and it had like a pope on it, and
Oh, bro, that was wild. Okay, this is where Toto and Dorothy went with an Australian Shepherd. That was Brittany's dog on the yellow brick road to the Vatican to seal a deal. It's all part of the spell. Hello. Why am I okay? Paranoid America, you're protecting us on that. We went to the Pope, we handled it. Hey, stop. I don't know why my phone died.
it's
But you know what's wild? When you put the Pope, it gives you the old Pope. Like it gives you the one that died before Francis now. And Francis is the active
Benedict?
Pope. And you have to
no, the one before
you have to
Benedict.
type
Yeah,
out
Benedict stepped down,
John?
right?
John.
Yeah, I
John
just didn't know
Paul.
if he died or not.
I didn't know either if he died in
So
between.
who is in
I
a
feel like
tomb
he
right
did,
now?
Abby.
I
Pope
feel
John?
like
Jack?
that's the one who
Another
died,
Jack.
and they have a camera watching.
Oh my
his,
gosh,
like,
another
thing the
Jack.
whole
You're
time.
right, Gordy. Oh my gosh, I need a thing, and it's gonna say have a little picture of Gordy, and it's gonna say Gordy's charging, but he'll still be there so that he can speak from the heavens.
Mhm.
I was excited when I heard you just then.
There I am.
I forgot you were there, and then I was like,
I
"Oh,
need
it
an echo
is."
effect so I can just come in and just say little things. Another Jack. Ding.
We're like, "Oh, that was a good one." We all have to look up at the same time, and I'll put yours at the
But
top.
Jack of all trades. What is Jack of all trades? What are these
Jack
statements?
off?
Like I wouldn't give a rat's ass.
Well, the
Who
whole
gives a
jack of all
rat's ass?
trades thing, everybody like talks about that. They're because you've heard the phrase jack of all trades, master of none, but it's not even that. It's jack of all trades, master of none, oftentimes better than master of one.
Mm.
I think I always say, Jane of all trades, master of some.
There you go.
I have my 10,000 hours and some random shit.
Oh, that,
Why is it Jack and Jane and not Jack and Jill?
It is Jack and Jill.
Or do we do John and Jane? Like the John
Like
Crow
you're not
culture.
Jill
I call it a Jane Crow,
Doe.
not
John
You're
Doe
Jane. You're
and Jane Doe.
Yeah,
and
that's
John D and Jane D,
Jack gets Jill.
yeah, John and Jane D.
which was also another Jack.
John Deere. John Deere.
But
John
a
Deere,
J
Jack
wasn't even a
Deere.
letter. What the?
Oh my
where did it
gosh,
come from?
it's so weird.
Oh my God, we're gonna.
Because you
Jack
know who
Daniels,
Jack
Deere, I'm
Daniels,
gonna
John
sell it.
Daniels, John Deere. What's that one who took the Ozempic and turned into Barbie? Jessica Simpson. Jessica Simpson took a picture on her Instagram on a John Deere, and I was like, "This is a weird symbology."
Oh, so weird. I feel like it's gonna bring back trucker hats and Von Dutch. That's what came in. But now there's been another one. Guys, they just like the Ozempic ones, they're aging, right? But they have one that is like even more effective that's coming out.
I feel like Ozempic, it's going pretty quick how dangerous it is. Like the
Well-
cat's out of the bag, the Jack's out of the bag. Jack in
But
the
they're
box.
still getting it, and then they want an even stronger.
Oh my
one.
gosh, Jack in the box,
'Cause-
John in the box is a dick in a box.
But also a
what's wrong with
clown.
Ozempic, though?
You know, Jack is not a dick.
Also a
Oh,
clown, and they
God.
speak of like how giants are like similar to the whole clown, the redheads and pale and all that.
Clowns
So-
are Nephilim.
Never.
Clowns
Never.
or people. You know what you guys were saying earlier about magazines and reaching this state of peace. So when you tap into the word maga and the different roots and the different origins, like in Jamaica, maga means maga, and it's linked to your stomach or whether you're skinny. But maga and that cloud is that state of zen and peace that Buddhists reach. So it's when you reach your body becomes calm. Maga is the astral. Maga is mentholating. I
So
guess. That
if
cloud.
if Nephilim are clowns and they fell, is like killer clowns from outer space like closer to our reality?
Love
Of
that movie.
Insane clown posse.
they're drinking our blood, so they want the adrenochrome of
What
it.
up, donut?
Is like that all of the entire truth of human history is really just killer clowns from outer space? I'm gonna put that
Or
on
like
the
cotton
list of
candy
stuff we
to
have
him,
to
man.
watch.
I'll
Yeah,
allow
I
it.
love that movie.
Does Sommer know about our
I
mic
love
check?
this movie so much.
I don't know if she
Dickies
does
are
know
so
about
good.
a mic check. She might.
Can you mic check, Sommer?
Oh, guys, I'm like,
She does
what the
obviously
heck?
know what it means. Yeah.
Like, can I mic?
Can you mic check? Because I apparently can't.
She just turned it off. She's never coming back. She turned into her light body. She just squeezed her first 3
She's
chakras.
mental.
Gordy, mic check. Gordy.
She's sitting on a toilet.
Come on.
Trying to get it back. Hey, squeeze. No. Okay, I'm
Was that
okay.
ejaculation?
See, it
Good.
works.
Gordy did the best one yet.
See, it works.
I know, and his mom's in the other room, like,
Oh yeah, she's probably like, what the
What
hell?
is going on in there?
Just owl stuff, Mom. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Mom. You know it's weird.
just a little owl stuff going on in here. I can't believe how many things I'm finding where it's like mocks of Bohemian Grove now. Like Bohemian Grove is just pop culture.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they got to have something
Yeah.
by now, right? The second somebody busted out, even before Alex Jones, I think it was in like a Time Life magazine. There was also like a Spycraft magazine that exposed it in like the 70s. Playboy wrote about it. Like it had been out of the bag for a really long time. So I feel like there's got to be the after party version of it, but like
I feel like
not there.
he's using this as a tactic to get viewers on his game, because isn't he going for a fight soon, this new guy, Mark, whatever his
Yeah.
name is? Yeah, he has
Ryan.
Ryan, whatever his freaking name is. I feel like it's all just a ploy to get viewers for his fight.
But I feel like
Is
it's almost a net positive, because if there's normies out there that are like, what the hell's this guy talking about? Bohemian Grove? This has got to be fake. And if just one person out there discovers Bohemian Grove and you're like, wait a minute, this is legit. And even if you don't believe the guy talking about it, if you don't believe Ryan Garcia, if it leads you to Bohemian Grove, I kind of see it as a net positive in a way.
Yeah, it led a lot of people to Podesta, Ryan Garcia, Bohemian Grove, and they're like, oh my God, because of Bohemian Grove, I found out who Podesta was and what he was doing with children.
I mean, this is how, like, I guess, like, part of the misinformation and, like, rumor mills can sort of be, like, slowly turning back around on the Mockingbird, right? Because, like, all this infrastructure and all this meme technology and, like, pop culture, finally we can use it back against them, to where, like, a boxer can just kind of, like, randomly spout out a bunch of, like, literally just throwing darts at a board. But now, like, that dartboard has been so refined to where it's like, bam, I hit Illuminati, bam, I hit Bohemian Grove, bam, I hit Podesta. Like, even if that was a complete, like, Mad Libs operation, whatever you're finished with, you can, once it gets put out there, like, there's real information behind there. I think I'm so much happier than that, than it's like, bam, UFO, bam, spontaneous combustion, bam, Bigfoot, bam, Bermuda Triangle. Like,
Yeah.
I'm so happy right now that conspiracy theories is no longer Bohemian, or it's not Bermuda Triangle, it's Bohemian Grove. That's like a huge win in my book.
Oh yeah, for sure. I agree.
I think it makes people search, but another thing that it does is it forces the mainstream media to have to cover it. And for the mainstream media to cover it, they have to say all the words that used to get us pulled down. And so all the same publishing houses own all the same social media companies. And now if they want that to be allowed, now you can say Bohemian Grove and Podesta and shit, because he just said it and they want to cover it.
Yeah. And
So
I
it
like
does
that
make our
magic.
filters unravel. Yeah, that would be called an unraveling.
Yeah.
He's unraveling, and he's just a puppet. If there's people that can be, let's say, walked in on, or people do drugs and they do bad things and they are so low vibe that they can be ran by demons, then if you were trying to do something white magic and somebody got so low vibe on alcohol or cocaine or whatever, you might be able to implant them with ideas and then they just run amok. That would be a good spell. And now afterward, he's sitting down promising his coach that for training, he's not going to drink at all, not smoke pot at all, not do an edible, because these are all the excuses to cover the tracks now. Like, oh, I was on edibles and coke and drinking a lot. I wasn't sleeping. I was dehydrated. I was Martin Lawrence in the middle of the road.
I can't remember what it is, but there's a Bill Hicks quote, and it's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I was like telling the truth again. My bad." You know what I mean?
It is. It's totally that. Every single time they're like, oh, they were dehydrated. Oh, they were exhausted. When Kanye did that whole rant, oh, he was just exhausted. We're going to send him someplace to rest. And sometimes the rant's too big for rest that they're like, oh, yeah. They're paranoid schizophrenic.
Mm-hmm.
And bipolar.
And manic.
Yeah, it's always a thing. Do you guys have anything to throw in before we hit the dusty trail?
This has been the most synchronous episode ever, and I can't even believe
Oh,
that this
wait,
connection
it's still
between
going.
Sommer is like ridiculous.
It's still going. Do you guys know this design? Have you ever seen that?
Hold on, I'm going to make you big. Keep holding it up, Gordy.
Oh
I
my
hope
god,
your
yeah,
arm
that's
doesn't-
that girl's tattoo, the freaking cave lady's tattoo or whatever.
It's also a Yale, I believe. Like I know it says frolicking deer, but I think that's a Yale.
And it's literally that girl's tattoo, like that body.
The only other person I know that has that so this is the most ancient tattoo they've ever found on a body.
Yeah.
And I think it comes from a Celtic body from the bogs or something, maybe. I could have that wrong. But at any rate, the only other person that I know that has that is my niece.
Huh.
Anything else?
That's pretty cool, though. That's weird. It's like a broken back.
Yeah, isn't that weird? It's like, yeah. It's like split in half, and it's
Anyone going
like
down the
quick,
virgin births
anyway.
rabbit hole?
Yeah, there's that. I've been following that stingray or whatever it is that had the. You guys know about the stingray?
Oh,
What's
we
his
know
Twitter
about it.
account?
Summer knows all
Okay.
about it.
Yeah.
What is it?
I can't remember the name of it, but it's in a tank with all other species,
Two
and it just
sharks,
sharks. Yeah, that's but no other stingrays in it. Conceived, and it's pregnant.
So they don't know if it's pregnant from another, or if it's self-conception, or if one of the sharks knocked it up.
Does anyone know where Hunter Biden was at that point?
There's a whole
He's got a track record.
Chimeras.
There's a whole thing. If you just search "the boy whose blood has no father," I mean, it's a possibility that women can reproduce without the male, and they're finding out that there's a second gland within a woman that helps in that process, and that the man's secretion is technically fertilizer and not the seed, and that the man's secretion is what helps fertilizes the seed that the woman carries. So I'm trying to go down that rabbit hole and figure out the possibility. Was the virgin births miraculous, or is this something that women can actually do in a particular process, maybe, or something that you eat, or a meditation, or something? I'm trying to figure that one out, but it's pretty interesting.
Oh my gosh. You know how like the fear of us in high school and we were like, oh my God, I hope I don't get knocked. Oh my God, I hope I don't get knocked. Oh my God. And then you find out like during a certain moon with the right words or blah, 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 girls can knock themselves up. And it's like, do you know how many, and it's like something close that you've almost said. Like it's like, starlight, star bright bullshit where you're like, oh my gosh, I almost knocked myself up.
I
That
do
would be-
wish the Goblin King would take you away right now.
Yeah. So I'm like, we're all just sitting here just testing. All of a sudden, we're all knocked. Like,
Yeah.
oh.
Parthenogenesis. Chimera.
That was interesting though, because it's got into the whole the sperm is not the seed, and it's not the seed. Why do they ever call it the fucking seed? Because like the lining of the uterus, which is like happens in your, I don't know what the phase is, the beginning phase after your period, it's like builds up to have the soil
A
ready,
tree.
yeah, and then the egg comes down. So the egg would be the seed. The sperm is never the seed.
It's the
weird.
fertilizer, but this is a hard one to go into because right away I posted it and I shared it, and it was a man saying this stuff. And not only this man, but there's a doctor who speaks on how these parts that men have are within women and that they're just placed in a different area and called a different word, but it's very
Squirt?
possible, for a woman to do this. And men
Where
have been
people are
calling
like, squirt isn't real.
no, right away they throw the feminism word. I'm like, this is not a feminism topic. This has nothing to do with feminism. This is not even an attack on man. This is a possibility that, hey, maybe this is something that they're hiding and that we should look into it, because they're talking homunculus, and always talking about the man, the seed, the seed, the seed. But what is really the seed? Like, what is it? So I don't know. It's a very interesting topic, and this is not to shun men or to say that women are better than men or anything like that. This is just like a really interesting topic about the womb and the feminine. You come from a female, you birth through that canal. It's like,
Portal.
it's the portal. So it's
Too
like,
late. I'm offended, and my men's right foreskin group is going to be hearing about this.
bring it.
Done
Bring
and
it.
done.
It's this International Women's Day. Shit. You gonna be like that? For
Well,
real?
there's something too. I don't know if
I thought it
Summer's
was a
still in
month.
here. Well, I know this is anything that they make a month of. It's time for us to hate them. Pride Month, we hate gays.
hate.
In December, we hate Christians. In
Mhm.
February, we hate Black people. And so, if it's Women's Month, you know what time
Or
it is,
International
fellas.
Women's Day.
Well, that's what Summer was bringing up. That I don't know if she's still here.
It's a communist holiday, I believe.
It's that Jamaican internet. But yeah, she was saying that there's International Women's Day and National Women's Day. And I'm like, yeah, all those holidays seem like, what? Like, it reminds me of like, vote for women. like she's going to start marching around the house about women's suffrage. Did the women's suffrage movement? Never mind. That is like a whole nother comment.
Haven't women suffraged enough?
How about
I used to think, what a horrible name.
hermaphrodite that we never talk about? The hermaphrodite.
Is that a whole show? The hermaphrodite?
That's the whole show.
Probably.
Yeah, we need to
Back
have a
to
show
the
on
women, I
that.
want to say this really quick. Like, since we talked about like the months and all of that, I do have to say this. Like, people forget that women were never citizens of the United States. Like, Black men were considered citizens of the United States. They were not the most oppressed. Women always have been. Women were not even considered citizens till like 40 years later. So
women
I
weren't
just-
even
I just wanna
allowed to
point
have
that
a
out.
brain. Women weren't allowed to have a brain or study or do any of that. But a lot of women were the voices and the poets and the writers of these so-called males because they weren't allowed to be published. They let the man take it.
What if they wanted it? What if like they didn't want the evil eye? You know how we say the real riches of the world? Like, we don't know the real men's names that really run the world because the real power doesn't want fame. And so what if the real power that was to run the household and to not seek the fame, because then you never get the evil eye. And so what if the follow the wives thing, what if the womb was the power, but the power, you know, like sometimes if we're all in a group and Abby's the one we have to keep safe, like that's like she has the power in the group. So what if somewhere in the womb of it, it's like, I want to keep that thing safe at home. But what if the power wasn't necessarily at first from the man of deciding, I want to protect this thing? He's like, I want heirs. And I have to protect that womb.
If you take this concept that like a female could reproduce by themselves, like they've got all the ingredients, right? Like a natural conclusion to that is that if you did want to like reign your own little castle, you would create some kind of an avatar to be sent out into the world to do all of like the daemon stuff, like all of the actual like manual labor and things that might get you killed and dangerous, right? So like maybe men period are the homunculus to women, and women are just like created them back in the day. Or if not in that like alchemical sense, maybe just at like a metaphorical level, there was an understanding that all the men doing stuff out in the world were actually backed by like the real power, and it was just an understanding. But after thousands and thousands of years plus, like people assume that, since the men are out in the world, the men are doing the stuff, they're the ones that are running the show, and then that also gets assumed. So like even the people that had the power don't realize they had the power, and I don't know if that
You
makes
don't
sense.
roll up on a
Thomas.
plantation and think that all the slaves have the power because they're working in the field.
Right,
Yeah.
right, exactly.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I have an old picture of Illyrian, depictions, and in this depiction they show Eve, Lilith, and in the center, naked Adam. Lilith and Eve both clothed with the plius on top of their head, and in the center, behind Adam, is the tree, and wrapped around Adam and the tree is the serpent. And this is a very, very old depiction. So to me, that picture depicts as Lilith and Eve, the women of the world, or the hermaphrodites of the world, when they were all women and they had both parts, which hermaphrodite means to be cut off from woman. That's what it literally means in the breakdown that I break down. So what if the Adam is the homunculus created out of dirt and mud and clay?
Well, he is a homunculus.
Yeah. And Eve was here before Adam. What if that's the whole lie there?
Just lie there, Adam.
Just lie there, Adam. He's the one with the Adam's apple. It's called an Adam's
Well,
apple.
Adam didn't want to lie there. That's why they got rid of Lilith and brought in Eve.
Well, he was pointing the finger at Eve, and she made me do it. Wasn't that the story? He was trying to blame Eve
I'm
for
trying
eating
to
the
find
apple.
the picture that you were speaking of.
Yeah, I think I sent it to you.
Yeah, I know. I don't know where. I was like, maybe it'll be faster if I just put it in the googs. The gobbledygooks. It's weird to put Lilith in and the amount of information it pulls up that's misnomer Lilith stuff, like all from the late 1800s.
I have it here so I could just show you guys through my phone.
Booyah, and then I can just make it big.
Mm-hmm.
Make it big. Hi.
Let me find it.
Oh my gosh, my son got in trouble at school the other day for doing that, Gordy.
What, for pointing at the camera?
We're doing finger guns.
Doing this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
They are
finger
dangerous.
guns are
They have nails in them.
dangerous.
Oh my god. Come on. Okay, that's Eve and Lilith, Adam, tree, serpent. There's a demon face right here. He's sitting on it, both fully clothed. Him in the middle. Oh.
The beanstalk.
Does a good job.
Mm.
It was good.
It was good. You could see it.
Yeah, you could see it good.
Mm-hmm.
It is kind of a beanstalk. And sometimes I theorize that if you took a pole, like, what is it, a caduceus?
Caduceus, yeah.
Caduceus.
A deuce.
If you took a pole and
But
you
the
put a
caduceus has two
serpent,
snakes. There's one with one snake. I forget what
is
it's
it
called.
an A? I think does it start with an A? Anyway, if you take a pole and you put snakes going up it, that would give you an idea of a beanstalk. Like, that's just showing movement in the pole. Like, every time, I believe in art, sometimes when
Or
they use a
DNA.
serpent, they're just trying to show movement of something.
It's showing
Your
your chakra.
DNA.
The single snake, I think, is the tau cross.
Well, it says the rod of Asclepius or whatever. Asclepius.
I think of, when I see that, I think of the
It's the
DNA
medical
strand. Always. It's like that's the key.
Yeah.
Do they want us to see that?
What?
Like,
the
yeah.
DNA?
like they're telling
think
us
so.
the way the DNA looks.
Yeah. When they've never ever even seen it.
That's what I'm
That's
talking
the funny
about. And
thing.
so we're
It's
all
just
like, it
it's
looks
just like the
this
Earth from the
snake.
moon.
It looks just like the medical sign. And this
Because
is
we
what,
saw little
yeah,
shadows.
that's
It
what
came
I'm
from
saying.
an LSD trip, and LSD came from MK Ultra. So technically, the whole double strand helix concept is a creation of MK Ultra.
And that's
they
how
know
you
so much
know
about
it's
it.
totally fake, because anything they give us a little tiny emojis of, because that's the only type of sigil magic we're going to be allowed to use in the future. They like to put that stuff in there. So I think it's kind of funny that everybody just assumes the DNA is blank, but we just are all assuming by what?
It's just like the atom. You know, we
But-
don't know like how the electrons really move. It's just all
But it's like Fibonacci, like KB said, it's all
fucking
spirals.
nonsense. It's all nonsense.
Just lie there, Adam.
Just lie there,
Yeah.
Adam.
It's like, but who's Fibonacci?
No, but like the spiral, the first
I
symbol
know,
ever.
but this is part of the thing is like so many of the things we just are like, we all say Fibonacci instead of saying sacred spiral.
Mhm.
Well, because
Like,
I don't know that it is sacred. I do think
that's
that
what I'm
Fibonacci,
saying.
because
Then isn't
Fibonacci
it-
really is, it is like, it's eating itself. So it's not necessarily like the spiral of life
It's
is
going
double. It
closed.
doubles. Yeah, it's different. The spiral of life is different. The Fibonacci sequence is actually like, the 1 eats the 1 and makes the 2. The 2 eats the 1 and makes the 3. But then if you do
Yeah.
not the seed of life, but the flower of life, the eternal life lotus, it's like it doubles every time.
Right. Well, you're talking like 5 versus Fibonacci, and funny enough, the Jack and the Beanstalk, Fibonacci is most relevant when you're looking at how like leaves grow around a stalk, like a beanstalk. The actual pattern in which it decides, like, okay, on the right, on the left, on the right. That's what follows Fibonacci. It's not a perfect spiral.
Yeah. And it never, they
Uh-huh.
say actually electricity is a truer example how it will break, how energy breaks off or how a tree grows. Like that's a truer form of how energy spreads than everything in life is a snail spiral.
The fractal of it all.
They say energy always spreads. The way you look down at your hand and veins, one vein leads to these veins, leads to this many. That's how it really works. And
Fractal.
so,
It's like fractal in
yeah.
nature.
Everything's fractals. Yeah, the
It's like the
caduceus
tears. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
is true healing.
I just think a lot of the times, maybe in the conspiracy realm, esoteric realm, I read 10 books about Fibonacci. And because I read so many books, it becomes my investment of cryptocurrency. And so I bring up Fibonacci all the time without researching Fibonacci. And then all of a sudden, everything else I learn, it's like, okay, well, how much of this is true and how much of this is implanted? And we always are like, well, it's important to use your tools of discernment. Well, so many people out there, their knowledge is their cryptocurrency, and they refuse to budget because they have followers that they've been selling the cryptocurrency to. So it's hard for them to get out of their own way sometimes. And then you start hearing the same words repeated on every single podcast. Like somebody could have literally just picked a word out of a dictionary and decided to put it in your zeitgeist, the same as pop culture, and you guys all repeat it the same way as, oh, and Nephilim are clowns. One person
Artaria.
like that has happened in this amount of time in conspiracy, and this amount of time of conspiracy, everybody's just accepted it as so. And so part of the reason I like when Thomas and I spilled the tea, that one of the things that he said was amazing. One of the reasons all of us found this realm is because we were tired of somebody telling us what to think or say or do. And there's so many people on TikTok and Instagram, and they have tons of clout or big followers, and their whole thing is looking down at their audience because they want to be your messiah. They want to be so badly the person you see with the most amount of information about whatever topic that you found them for. So if I come in and I say, who's Fibonacci? Who's solfeggio? If I come in and I say these little words, it crumbles a whole entire channel that's been selling you things and charging you money. And I never have tried to, unless I actually have tried to put a shirt back in your hand. Thomas has never tried to, unless he's tried to put a sticker back in your hand.
Yeah.
But all the people that judge us for that have been trying to sell you an idea that is all wrapped up in the way you originally found them. And if I just make you think with a whole nother thing, like the same way as any preacher standing on a hill, and I'm like, but who's King James?
God forbid you take the power out of the pendulum swing.
And that's the whole thing, is like, that's what I'm just trying to get everyone to do, is so many people, it might be, Howard Stern, it might be Joe Rogan, it might be, for me, these are the idols I crumbled in my life. But for you, it might be Manly P. Hall, it might be Oprah, it might be like, I just think so quickly now, because our spiral's getting tighter and tighter, and they've put our poles closer and closer together. Now people are on TikTok, and just because I tell you something you haven't heard before, or just because I read a book you haven't, I have a cult following that quick. I have no idea what to do with it, and I'm telling stuff to people that I've created in a day, and they're regurgitating on all these other platforms, and we're allowing it to become true overnight, like it's CNN.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want people to slow the fuck down, especially if you just woke up in the last 4 years. If you just woke up in the last, people literally that like, look back at your own little life, whatever it is, it was the last 1,000 days. Look at your own life and tell me the things you fell for, or tell me the great conspiracies that now you looked into a little more and now they're silly as fuck. And then stop pushing stuff on everyone else just because you found it at 2 a.m. last night on YouTube.
Yeah.
Do a little more fucking research. And so I'm like at this point that I don't want to you can find a million other shows that will fucking coddle you. It's not going to be at 3:00 in the morning on Secret Society of Good Guys.
No, it's not. Mm-mm.
Like, this isn't the place. It's not the place for you to come and like, you want to save me? Like, email me. Which I apologize to the people who actually do reach out to me, and I have a real trauma with my social media and how collapsing it is and how many people I need to reach back out to. And so I apologize. I love you guys so much. I just want to say that.
Same.
It's like opening mail or something, and I want to give it the proper amount of time, and sometimes it's like, I don't know if I'm going to open something, how big it's going to be for me in the moment. And I want to have proper energy for it. And so I don't want to just be, oh, I have a couple minutes and I'm just going to click through my phone. I'll open this email and all of a sudden somebody's hit me with either a whole bunch of love and adoration, or they've had something tragic, or my words have helped them somewhere. I don't want to hit it with a thanks for listening. It's like, I want to have the time in my space to like give everything what it's due. So I apologize to anyone ahead of time.
It's like avoiding your text just because you're not going to have time to actually like text it back good, because if you get rid of the notification, then like you're fucked and you're never going to remember.
Yeah, and I never want to leave anyone on read. That's a big thing too, because I think it's so much more insulting when people open your shit and then you never see it again. It just falls to the bottom.
Yeah.
And so the reason I leave the notification on there is because I want to give it the full time.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, don't leave people on read.
It's so wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what? Just to be clear, don't leave people on read, or don't leave people
unread?
unread?
Yeah, like
not
unread.
It's on read.
On read, like you open it and like you see that they read it and opened it, and then you don't reply.
Okay, so it's better to just not
Open
have it be seen. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure I know the etiquette. If someone ever has messaged me and I didn't respond within 3 days, you'll never hear from me. And like even my parents know that. My parents stopped leaving voicemails a long time ago now. Like everyone knows that. Like if you're trying to get a hold of me and you get a hold of me, like we'll talk. And if you don't, just assume that like I wasn't home. It was like 1994 and you called and no one picked up the phone. You're just gonna have to like call again later and hope someone's there.
That's how I know if I ever contact Thomas. I have no feelings with it. But most of my bros, this is where I'll say that dudes have so much less feeling and emotion and everything attached to communication on this format.
Well, we're just homunculized, so of course.
Yeah, but I enjoy it so much. Like I could just text a buddy. I just throw it out there. Like I'm sending a carrier pigeon to them. I write my message on it and I put the carrier pigeon in the sky. I do this to Gordy too. And hours go by. I have no feelings involved. I'm not like, is Gordy mad at me? I never think it. But if I send that same text to Layla or Abby and too long goes by, or they don't check or heart it, thumbs it up, something, I'll have a full breakdown. Is that true for everyone?
But like you said, sometimes when you want to keep a space for a person and you just don't want to give a half-ass answer, like you're at work and you see it and you're like, fuck, shit, okay, I gotta answer this, but I don't want to be like, oh, cool, or oh yeah, so I gotta wait it out because I'm always interested in what my girls are saying.
Or
But
the voice note, you're like, shh, I don't know if I could listen to this here or not. So I gotta wait. So fuck.
And you never know. You never know if it's gonna turn awry in one
It's
word.
gonna be
Or
juicy or
ghosting.
not. Yeah.
Ghosting.
Yeah.
Ghosting is wrong. I feel like the amount of energy that you give somebody. So if I talk to you like every 36 hours, if I talk to you once a month, and then I don't talk to you 2 months, maybe 3 months, I'm like a bill
Mhm.
collector. Like on the 4th month, I'm like, hey, what's up? That's how I feel. If I talk to you every day, on the 4th day, I'm deleting you out of all my social media. I'm just kidding.
yeah, patterns matter, every day, and then boom, disappear.
You don't
out of
exist to me
nowhere.
anymore.
Oof.
I don't even want to know anything that you ever do again. I'm getting rid of Facebook.
I got rid of mine.
I was so glad to get rid of mine.
316.
I kind of wish I could advertise on there now, but it is what it is. I'm not going back.
The quote in the Bible,
It
316.
feels like
What is it?
moving
John
backwards.
3:16.
Yeah.
He so
Yeah.
ever shall love the world, that he gave his only begotten son, and whoever so shall believe within him shall not perish but have everlasting life.
Good job,
Amen.
That was in there. Like if you guys saw me on a horse, you guys would be like, out of all of us, if we went horseback riding, everyone would probably put their bets in the audience, and I probably wouldn't be that high on who can ride a horse the best. But I think you guys would be like, oh, yeah, that's some like a little bit of Florida shit, like where you get hip hop and redneck together. Like that's some
Floribama.
Florida shit.
You can ride a horse.
I can ride a horse.
So can I. Bet.
I've
Who-
never been on a
Cowboys.
horse.
You haven't?
Never.
Oh
No
my gosh.
comment. No, let me shut
What? You never read a horse?
I got to pet a Clydesdale when they brought the Budweiser horses to Universal Studios. One.
Yeah, when they shut the grid down, the Cowboys are going to be the ones that are going to be all right.
I'm gonna
They're
tell
be on
you,
horseback,
too.
and nobody's going to have cars, and they're going to be like,
This is some
"We got
American
this."
shit.
They're going to be looter.
Give
Wild West
me
shit.
a real leather saddle. I don't want
Mhm.
your little English. Don't put your cloth on my horse. Get that off. I'll bareback if I'm going to do that. If I'm going to put that on there, like just give me my horse's hair and we got it.
You want
like,
a horse? I want a stallion. Okay, nice stallion, beautiful.
It's not going to be super nice, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
It's crazy as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want it to be a gelding.
Tame a
You want
stallion.
his balls cut off. I'm just saying.
Oh, can you do that with a horse?
Yeah, they call them geldings.
Yeah, I got it.
Shit. And that helps tame them?
Yeah, just like a bull. Like we don't eat
Fair.
everybody thinks we eat cows. We don't eat cows. Cows are not for beef.
No,
Cows are
here's
for
the-
milk
Eat
and
steer.
dairy. You eat steer, and steer are actually male bulls, but like male bulls are called bulls until they have their nuts cut off, and then they're called steer.
So what if
So
you
you
cut
eat
off
steer.
a men's balls? Okay. Would it tame like a rapist? Would it tame him if
Well-
you were to cut the man's balls off?
It's called a eunuch, and yes, that's why they were allowed in the harems and stuff. Eunuchs were allowed in the harems. The only men allowed in harems because they couldn't hurt the
They
women.
should bring back that into law.
Well,
I
some
like
say
that.
Michael Jackson was
Chemically
clipped, and that's why he kept his
castrated.
high voice. Yeah.
Yep, falsetto.
Really?
That's what they call
Yeah.
that, right? When they did that intentionally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was like a whole choir once of young boys that they would take away from their family, and they would make sure that they would castrate all the boys so they would keep their high voices. What was that
Oh,
Yeah, we
choir?
were talking about them
castrato.
earlier.
What
Didn't
the
you say
fuck?
Joey Fatone?
Castratos.
Yeah, the castrato. It's a male singer who underwent castration before puberty in
Castrato,
order to
okay.
retain singing voice equivalent to that of a soprano, mezzo-soprano, or contralto.
Oh my gosh, you guys,
Fidel
I bet you
Castro?
money that these boys without their balls, if they were in the water with dolphins and did that noise, they would be Mariah Carey, and the dolphins would be like, like, is there a mimic so that they can hang out with the murmur? That was an interesting thing that everybody's mermaid, but in Jamaica it's murmur. Like you'd murmur to somebody because you can't quite hear it.
Like murmuring.
Yeah, it's a whisper. And so I always think that's even interesting that the word murmur is saying see.
Murmur, murmur.
Oh, look at Vienna and Mormon's boy choir.
The castrati.
That is wild.
Castriati, we have a name, famous last name, George Castriotti, which is Skanderbeg, the whole like fighter, warrior that dominated the Ottoman Empire and all that. Castriotti. I wonder if he was cutting people's balls off.
I bet
He
you he
himself was
was.
castrated.
Oh my gosh, I feel like this is a whole episode.
Maybe he was just really progressive for his time.
Riddle me balls.
I
He
do
was
think
a
we need.
public teacher, maybe.
I think the monolith episode needs to come up very soon, and it just all needs to be all pull,
Phallic.
pull and balls. Lean in. If you have what is
That'd
that?
be fun.
Peyronie's disease. Lean in.
Poor Peronis.
Poor Peyronie's disease. When I
Those
actually
guys
feel
are-
like if you have any shot at hitting, not from behind, but just like missionary style sex, if you want to hit the G spot on a woman with your penis, Peyronie penis is what you'd want. Like, because it'd curve up a little bit.
All I saw was pepperoni pizza when you said that.
Pepperoni
penis.
Pepperoni pizza.
Peroni penis.
Come to Pepperoni Pizza. Take a left at the light.
Do you think Epstein was a Peroni?
I think he was a pierogi, like Weinstein.
Pepperoni penis.
He had it eating out of Audi.
Pepperoni pizza.
Yeah, like a full pierogi.
But Peroni has the word oni in it. Isn't that like part of the yoni? Yoni?
What does oni mean?
Oni. Oni.
I just found out that Nim means no. And so Nimrod means no rod.
No rod.
And so, you know, the way that we always talked about they stole time and they just took this and put an X over it or added a double L so they could just steal this time. What about if these depictions... What is?
Bean. Oni. Bean.
Oh, well, it's your bean. It's your magic bean.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling.
What if these depictions, if the beards, like we say the pyramids were changed or like the Sphinx, what if the beards were added later to bury the fact that maybe they were bigger women?
Burneshas.
Like, what a perfect way to bury
I know
it.
that word now.
I know. Borneshas with...
The first Albanian word I've learned and committed to memory.
Yeah, look at Weinstein's was like a pierogi. That's
You
what I'm
guys have
saying.
ruined pierogies for me now for life.
Like the word pussy.
'Cause it has pus in it. Yeah, that's
Oh my gosh, I wonder if it's that because of hermaphrodites.
The pus.
Yeah, those were the ones that like
Conjure up the
pus
juice.
is the mucus. The mucus is the secretion.
Yeah, I do think it took.
I love when Lila's all. Your hand gestures always get me.
All right. Does anyone have anything to throw in before we head out?
I love you guys.
I love you guys.
I love you guys too.
I love you guys, and
I
we
love
have
the chat.
The raddest chat.
I love
They're
you
so
guys.
smart. I never
Chat.
have to doubt that they're gonna know the answer to the thing.
Dude, they have some fire all night tonight, just shooting up. Bop, bop. I was like, but I can't interrupt the conversation each time I see something fucking fire that they say. I'm like, damn, they're great with it.
No, I like it. Because I am on other screens sometimes, or I'm not looking over there, so I like it. If
shout out J Dreamers.
Yeah, shout out to everyone who joined us tonight. You guys are so awesome, and tell your friends, like Licky the Likey, and
Sucky the likey.
come hang out with us Sunday when we talk about LARPing a little bit. It'll be
Yeah,
fun.
we're gonna have fun. It's fun.
Yeah, Nephilim, but we'll hang out on YouTube beforehand. So, all right, you guys, XOXO Gossip Girl. We'll see you soon.
Love you guys.
Love you guys. Bye
Don't
bye.
judge
Good night, guys. Love you.
No, we all.
Don't judge.
To super predator places. It's so good you can taste it. Down here in the basement, with a super predator places.
The Super Predator playset comes with a shape-shifting reptilian politician, light-up severed head, jar of adrenochrome, book of the dead, and more. The Paranoid American playsets. Collect them all new from paranoidamerican.com.
Disclaimer. These are custom art creations and not toys meant for wimpy little new world order babies. Don't eat the art. Don't sue the artist. For more details, visit paranoidamerican.com.
Save us, Britney Spears! Can we be saved? God, why is Satan controlling the universe? Here comes the
Constantly explore the view of possibilities come true. So what we do is call out to the good guys. Good guys, good guys, good guys. Witches, widows, bigger mistakes, entertaining, calming linguists. Good guys. Forum of decorum needs a secretive society to advance on philosophies, intentionally, magically good guys, good guys, good guys, good guys. Witches, widows, mischief making. It's okay to change your thinking. Good guys. Good guys, good guys.
This morning, Mummy, I got my pet, so please run to me and let me see. Oh, she's a bunny, y'all. She's